is a presentation of Sertoba Media and Comey Media, Incorporated. Oh, we are now down to the Final Four. And no, I am not talking about March Madness. It's January. Welcome to Total Football Talk. Welcome to Total Football Talk. Hard-hitting, grand news, action, and fun, just the way you like it. I am one of the co-hosts of this program, Cole Johnson, a.k.a. the Mad Scientist and EP Extraordinaire. And I am joined, as always, by the other co-hosts of this program. You know him as the Mr. Commander's Grand Report. You know him as Mr. D. Will in the Evening. You know him as Mr. NRL Sports Debate. Yes, I'm talking about the man who is the CEO of the D. Willie Bugs and Sertoba Media. D. Willie, a.k.a. Drew Willingham. How you doing, my man?
I'm feeling great, brother. You know, it's always a joy to be here on Tuesdays, my now favorite day of the week. Looking forward to covering some great football topics with you today, as we got a lot to talk about on this episode.
All right. That's what I love to hear. And yes, we do. And you're probably saying, well, wait a minute. There's only 4 games. How do you have a lot to talk about? Oh, you'll find out. Let's go to opening drive.
All right, let's go. We got trips, right? At 42, 989. On two. Ready? Ready.
And we have to start with, I guess, a personally disappointing portion of this program. For me, the first game that started off and kicked off the Divisional Round weekend of the NFL playoffs, the Texans going to Baltimore playing the Ravens. It was 10-10 at the half, but the inexperience of the Texans showed, and Lamar Jackson just did Lamar Jackson type things. And it was what I expected, actually. Final score was 34-10. The Ravens easily in the second half just dominated the action, and they go onward to host the AFC Championship game. And Lamar Jackson, of course, was the star of the show, no question about it. 152 in the air on 16 of 22 passing. But the 11 carries on the ground for 100 yards, that was the key right there. He had 2 touchdowns passing, 2 touchdowns rushing. And speaking of that rushing total, Jackson had 100 of the team's collective 229 yards on the ground. Not to be outdone, there was a kickoff return for a touchdown, and CJ Stroud for the Texans, giving you 19 of 33 for 175 yards. Your thoughts on what possibly could be, well, no, what was actually the most lopsided of the 4 games?
You know, this right here, as far as the score goes, to the end of it, it was lopsided, but it wasn't lopsided for the first, 2.5, 3 quarters of this game. You know, for the majority of this game, the Texans were in it. Their defense, you and I were talking at different points throughout that game, and I was even telling you, like, the Texans were kind of getting walked on at 1 minute, but then they were answering. It was like one drive they were getting walked on, the next drive they were answering. I mean, they were stepping it up. CJ Stroud, was struggling at different points of this game. And, there's different alarming things that I'll get into when we talk about, next week's contest that
Mhm.
there were some red flags that were thrown at me with what I saw with the Baltimore Ravens.
Good.
But
So with you, okay.
yeah, I saw it. So, but the biggest thing, of course, and we've talked about it all season long, is the dependency of the quarterback to run for the amount that he's running for.
Yes.
For the amount of yards that he's covering, and that
Mhm.
got exposed in the Bills game, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. But
Mhm.
with the Ravens right here, good on Lamar Jackson for leading them to victory here.
Right.
They basically took advantage of some things that the
Mhm.
Texans are still a little bit too young to know, as they're a very
Right.
young team. And
Right.
this experience right here will definitely be big for them for next year
Mhm.
and years moving forward, because the Chiefs had to start somewhere to get to the dominance to where
Yes.
they're at. Not saying the Texans will achieve that type of success, because
Love it.
seven straight, yeah, but 7 straight AFC championships. I mean, even the Patriots haven't pulled that off. So, I mean, looking at that and how historic of a feat that is, just for you guys to be where you're at this year, we've talked about it at several points leading up to this week, but that's something to celebrate in itself. The fact that the Texans got this far, for one, did what they did. They were in the game for 2.5 to 3/4 of this game this weekend. And, it wasn't CJ Stroud like throwing interceptions
No.
that was the big thing. It was Devin Singletary getting exposed again with that running game of only 22 yards. The
Right.
fact that every single drive, it just seemed like when they would go into a running formation, you could just the body language to me watching the game, whenever they would go into a running formation, I was like, oh, blank. Like, you fill in what that blank is, but oh, blank, like this isn't going to work out too well. Like,
Yeah.
and it got exposed. He threw for 175 yards, couldn't get the ball into the end zone. They struggled on all facets of the game when it comes to the offense.
Yeah.
However, you did see some good positive flashes there in the first half. They were keeping up with the team in the Baltimore Ravens that people have said all year long are Super Bowl bound as far as AFC goes. So for them to stick with them that close throughout the majority of the game, you have to hang your hat on that. That's something that's very positive to look back on. And something that we could talk about with the Packers here in a little bit. There's some similarities there, except for the Packers stayed there through and through the entirety of the game for the most part. The Texans, with their youth, that got exposed. But if I'm a Texans fan today, like you and many other people out there, I'm proud of this team for what they did this year.
I am. And when we picked this game, I think for some reason you probably thought I was going to say, well, yeah, I think the Texans are going to win it. And I actually said, I know the Ravens are. How that second half unfolded, and basically from an offensive standpoint for the Texans, how that all unfolded all throughout the game. That's what I saw. It's like, okay, I know they have fight in them. I know they won't quit. I know they won't just roll over and be welcome mats, but they just don't have enough. And they just don't. And so it was, and like you said, the inexperience got exposed. The run defense got exposed, but more importantly, the run offense got extremely exposed, because the Ravens defense was like, okay, well, we know you can barely gain a yard running, so we're gonna get you in 3rd and longs, and you already know what's gonna come with 3rd and long. So although Stroud did not get sacked again at one time, I saw him get flushed out of the pocket so many times I couldn't see straight. But that is what the Ravens defense and the front four especially does. They make it uncomfortable for quarterbacks. And credit to CJ Stroud for not making a mistake. Yeah, and then on top of it too, D'Amico Ryans has a great football mind, and that's been proven obvious this stretch. But John Harbaugh has been the man for a reason, and we got a chance from the coaching standpoint to see that. So yeah, John Harbaugh actually outcoached D'Amico Ryans because of the halftime adjustments they made, and with it, they advance and the Texans go home. But I totally agree with you, man. I cannot be more proud of this. In fact, if you were to ask me, all right, Cole, when were you proudest of this team? You'd probably think I'd say, well, yeah, when they beat the Colts to get in the playoffs, or the next day when the Titans beat the Jaguars, which made the Texans the AFC South champs, or even or even the demolishing of the Browns the following week, starting off Super Wildcard weekend. Although I'm proud of those moments, no, it would probably be when they trot into halftime this game, tied at 10, with the team that people are saying. Some are saying Super Bowl champion contenders. Some are saying the AFC representative, but all are saying you got the MVP of this year on that other side. And they hung with them for the first 30 minutes. And it's inexperienced as they were. I was proud of them for that.
And I said what I said with Lamar Jackson, but let's not forget that at least his two running backs behind him combined for over 100 yards. You have to give him that because Houston just struggled on all facets of trying to run that ball on that day. And that was the biggest thing going into halftime. I was thinking to myself, like, they're sticking close with them now, and it's a tie ball game, but it's not going to stay this way if they can't establish the run in the second half. And once we saw how the third quarter started, I said to myself, even though it was only a one-possession game at the end of the third quarter,
it's all Ravens.
It's all Ravens at this point. I just didn't want to say it to you. Of course, I didn't want to be the bearer of bad news. It's going to let it play out. We'll just go about it from there. But watching it in that moment, I didn't have a good feeling. So. But still, the Texans got further than a good portion of the league did the entirety of the season. Exactly. You still won a playoff game. So that's another thing to look back on. Nobody saw them having a positive record this year.
No.
Nobody saw them making the playoffs, and nobody saw them winning a playoff game. So for all of that being said, Texans fans alive out there, you're alive and well. Be proud of what happened this year.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And that's exactly how I am feeling going into the offseason. And I couldn't say it better. Over 500 record, playoff berth, AFC South championship, a playoff victory at home, a blowout playoff victory. It wasn't even we lucked into a win, a blowout playoff victory. And you hung with the possible AFC representative in this year's Super Bowl for 30 minutes. And you didn't play your best game, and you hung with them for 30 minutes. So that, to me, is something to hang my hat on going into 2024. And I actually said this in private circles. The organization has been in existence for 21 years, or 22 years. I have never been more positive about them ever until now. This is the most positive I have been about the Texans. So yes, I am in the offseason going into it giddy with excitement. I am. Sig says, and welcome, Sig Diggy, all the way from Norway. It is great to see you. And as you normally say, sir, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night to you, Mr. Diggy. He says the Texans came to fight, but it wasn't enough. And that's correct. And I'm proud of that. They were willing to fight, and they just, as a friend of mine said one time, they didn't have the horses. And that happens. He says also out of the unnecessary shadow of the infamous Mr. Happy Endings. Yes, that is another one. Oh, and not only that, the Mr. Happy Endings gave them gifts that kept on giving, and I'm not talking about the sexual variety.
I was about to say, was Deshaun Watson this game?
No, Deshaun Watson was not in this game, but I know he was referencing to him the week prior. But yes, Yeah, thank you, Sick. Yes, that's another one. Yeah, the draft picks that came from trading Deshaun Watson, that has helped the team accelerate their growth. And I'm excited to see what's to come. Well, Texans go home. The Ravens now get to wait and host the AFC Championship game for the first time in franchise history, because the Ravens have been to AFC Championship games. They've won them, they've lost them, but they've never hosted one until this coming Sunday. And this is the first time Baltimore has hosted an AFC Championship game since 1971, when they were when of course they had the Baltimore Colts, who now are in Indianapolis. But yes, for the first time in 53 years, this city gets to host an AFC Championship game. And the last time that happened was the last time they got a chance to see the Colts hoist up a Super Bowl trophy. So kudos to the Ravens. Yes, kudos to the Ravens. You were the better team. And kudos to the Texans. Don't hang your head down. All losses suck. And I actually said this to Drew. All losses suck. No question. But it was like a gut punch, but I got up, I took my breath, and I'm like, okay, I'm good. This was a great season. I'm good. Unlike other fan bases, we will talk about them later. I'm good.
I do have something for you, Cole.
Okay.
They're not off the rails yet, okay? But what I do have for breaking news is Ryan McCarthy is back because StreamYard's ban is over, it looks like, as we see him here in the comments. So for that, I had to
acknowledge me.
Good morning to you there, sir.
All right. It is good to see you back. My man, I don't know what happened. I'm glad that is all straightened up. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad your ban was.
Delete!
Because if it happened again, we were going to have to hit the meta gods, the StreamYard gods, whoever, and literally say,
Let me talk to you!
And figure this out.
Yeah, because I'm about to say. I'm like, no. One of our boys? No, that couldn't happen. But yes, we're both glad to have you back, man. And I don't know why you were banned, bro, because it was unnecessary, whatever it was, because it was neither one of us triggering.
Because we were literally sitting back saying,
Stop it. Get some help.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I should have clicked that too. I saw Cole in the background saying what. I should have clicked what. But still, stop and get some help fits it as well. Because it was off that day.
Yeah, it was, dude. So after you dropped your no credentials required thing, which yes, for those who don't know, he co-hosts a show with a buddy of his. It falls every Tuesday night, 8 p.m. Eastern. So after you drop that, and you dropped something else, I think it was Cowboys related. We did see another message from you, and then it said your name was banned. I'm like, what?
Yeah, we were baffled. StreamYard at it again.
Yeah,
don't do it today, StreamYard.
No, please
behave.
Don't. Behave, please.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, crazy. But yes, kudos to the Ravens. They advance to the AFC Championship game. They host it. And they're hosting it in Baltimore the first time in 53 years and for the first time in Ravens franchise history. Who will they face? We'll talk about that later. But the other number one seed played on Saturday night too. It was the San Francisco 49ers. They went up against the team that knocked out our favorite punching bags in the Dallas Cowboys. That would be the Green Bay Packers. Dare say this game was the Packers to lose. They played with house money, and they controlled most of this game. And it was a good one. It was nip and tuck in the first half. The 49ers had the lead for most of it, but it seemed as if the Packers controlled the flow of it. Then they wrest control and the lead from the Packers in the second half. From the 49ers in the second half, starting the third quarter. And then they extended the lead in the fourth. And then you had the Anders Carlson missed field goal when they were up 21-17. Then Brock Purdy, the punching bag of everybody who claims that they hang on every single word of Cam Newton because he's a systems quarterback. I'm sorry. I am definitely going to go off the rails here. Every quarterback is a systems quarterback. I feel better. Sorry about that. But when Mr. Purdy decided to channel Joe Montana with 6 minutes to go in the game, down 21-17, and drive them the length of the field, and a Christian McCaffrey touchdown, the second of the game, gave them the 24-21 victory over the Packers in a soaked, rain-drenched, and not so cleanly played game by the 49ers. They still pulled it out. Brock Purdy also didn't really play a clean game, 23 of 39, 252 yards on a touchdown, but he showed up when it mattered the most with that key drive. Christian McCaffrey, the aforementioned running back, 7 receptions, 30 yards, but he, to me, was a star of the show. 17 carries, 98 yards with 2 touchdowns. The 2 key touchdowns, one in the third quarter to get the lead for a time being, and then the deciding touchdown with under 2 minutes to go in the game. George Kittle, 4 receptions, 81 yards, and a touchdown for the all-world tight end. Dre Greenlaw, the linebacker of the 49ers, he was the key. He basically had the interception that jump-started the 49ers when the game could have gone out of reach. And then the second interception to seal things when Jordan Love was trying to drive them down the field to at least tie the game and send it to overtime or win it. But he now was a proud receiver of 2 INTs in this playoff game. Speaking of Jordan Love, 21 of 34, 184 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 2 picks. Aaron Jones, who I think they did not use enough of, 18 carries, 108 yards. And Romeo Doubs, the guy who I say is the representation of that young receiving core, along with Christian Watson and others. 4 receptions, 83 yards. I'm with you when you said this, and when we're talking about the Texas Ravens. The Packers, their youth, it may have killed them in the end, but man, this team has fight in them. Your thoughts on this one?
You know, the Packers, the youth definitely hurt them. I feel like with the Texans situation, it hurt them a little bit more.
It did.
Because of the way the game ended. You know, at least the Packers, it was close. Yeah. And I think a lot of that comes from what Jordan Love was able to learn from and adapt from during his time with Aaron Rodgers. Because you see certain different plays, the sling, the sidearm sling pass, certain things he's doing in certain moments that remind you of Aaron Rodgers with a little bit more of a youthful spin of it. Yeah. And, you know, a little bit more agility than what Aaron Rodgers had as well. It was definitely with Jordan Love, you know, facets. But, you know, those 2 interceptions he threw definitely killed him, you know, right there. Yeah. And considering that you only lost by a field goal and you threw 2 picks, goes to show how good this team is. They're going to be good for a very, very long time. You know, people can sit up here and get all excited about the 49ers, and good on you. You should be where you're at right now. I mean, this is where, you know, they're picking 49ers to be in a Super Bowl as early as July of last year because of what happened last year with them getting as far as what they did, Brock Purdy getting hurt, you know, still technically being in that game as well. And, you know, whether it was the Cowboys they were facing at this point in the playoffs or whatnot, you still were expected to be where you're at right now. So 49ers, you should definitely be grateful where you're at, because the Packers should have beat you on this day, because the 49ers look shook. I mean, you're looking at the end of the third quarter, start of the fourth, and there's a different look in Brock Purdy's eyes than what we're accustomed to seeing at that point in the game. The Packers had him at that point. Had it not been for Jordan Love's 2 turnovers, for as great of a job as he did willing this team to this point, you know, it's unfortunate to say he was the one that cost them in this moment, because Aaron Jones had over 100 rushing yards. You had, like you said, Romeo Doubs only on 4 catches, was very productive on this day, brought you 83 yards, and, you know, still got you in the red zone, you know,
often.
Very often, yes. And the defense wasn't playing that bad, you know, at all, either. You know, you got to look at, you know, what Quay Walker and Devontae Campbell meant to this defense on that day. Definitely a very big impact for that team right there. And, you know, as much as I don't want to throw shade on Jordan Love, because he has been a great factor, especially since probably week 10, week 11 and on. Yeah. He, unfortunately, when it was on at the moments that matter the most in this game, turn the ball over, and turnovers are key, especially in playoffs, because the games are too tight. 1 turnover can cost you the game, and unfortunately, it took 2 in this one, and that's what we hang our hat on for that one.
And I hate, I'm with you. I hate to really dump on Jordan Love, just because of what you said. I think saw him get it from about November on. It's like, okay, the light bulb's on. He's not shaking on cobwebs. The game has slowed down enough for him to where he can actually just shine and do things, which makes you say, that was oh, wow. For example, he has a tendency to throw off his back foot often. And I remember watching the Sunday night game in Minneapolis, where he threw off his back foot this 40-yard rope. And I'm like, the world? I mean, that technically should not be. But the throw, when you get to that point about a quarterback, then you know the dude's arrived. And Jordan Love has arrived. So seeing him progress, and definitely the master class of taking advantage of a defense like they did with the Cowboys the week prior, that was beautiful. You couldn't have done it better. You could not have said to Jordan Love, look, just take what the defense gives you, don't do anything extra, and have it sink home any better. So it's like, okay, the dude has arrived. All right, so the dude's here. And he actually had a really good game, except for to me, the pick that I think sort of gave the 49ers life. And then the pick that ended the Packers' hopes of extending the game in overtime. And it's sad to say that, but it's the truth. I mean, when you get to, especially the divisional round, you get to matchups where the talent is razor thin and the momentum shifts can be huge. And I mean, like I said, the two picks, and it's sad, the two picks that Jordan Love threw, and it sandwiched the miss by Anders Carlson. Those three things to me were momentum killers for the Packers, and on the other end, it was momentum builders for the 49ers.
I'm glad you picked up on that kicker part, because I saved that for you, because you and I were talking about on that day as well, where even though it was a little bit early, because we'll get to this a little bit more in a little bit, I was saying in that moment that reminded me of what that kicker is going to be experiencing for the next month is going to remind me of what Scott Norwood felt during that Super Bowl run with the Bills by missing that big field goal, because even though Jordan Love threw the 2 interceptions, and I said that cost them the game because, yes, the 2 turnovers easily can cost you the game.
Right.
But the fact that even in that moment towards the end, with all that being said, they still had a chance to tie that game up, and the kicker came short. So you could throw the 2 interceptions in there as what cost them the game for one. You could say the missed field goal is another. Both situations, well, all 3 situations technically was what cost this team. But when you look at it that way, I would much rather have those problems that are fixable during this offseason, something that you can build on, rather than a lot of the other problems that half the league have. So, again, we said it about the Texans in the first matchup we talked about. I'm going to say it here at the Packers. If you're a Packers fan, you should definitely be happy with what you saw this year, because there was big questions after what you saw for the past 2 seasons with Aaron Rodgers. You had to turn the page on that chapter this past offseason. You now have a new quarterback who's been in your system for a few years behind Aaron Rodgers, and look at what you got. Something pretty special this year on what you ended the last back 9 of the season on. And now you get to this situation very much like the Texans, where nobody thought you would be here. You still won a playoff game, and you were very close to making it to the NFC Championship game against a team that's had Super Bowl aspirations since before this season started. Yeah, for years, but heavily on this year, and a lot of the preseason hype and all that is coming to fruition for that team right now. But you almost stopped it. You should be happy if you're Packers fans right now too.
I totally agree with that. And you can also say, well, hey, I mean, the kicker missed that field goal. They still were up 4. So that means defense also screwed the pooch. I put it this way on this, for this. There were so many missed opportunities for the Packers where the defense held. To me, a defense can only hold a potent offense back for so long before they tire, and this offense is smart enough to counter what they're doing. So I don't even lay it on the defense. Although, yes, I get it. They allowed a TD within 2 minutes to go of the game, and they were up 4 on the drive, and they went down 3, and it went down 3 with the touchdown extra point. I get that. But I don't hang that on the defense. And, oh, by the way, people were thinking going into this season, the Packers were, well, offensive. They were young, but they had firepower. But they were thinking the defense was the weak link in the unit, the weak link of the team. And they've been proven this stretch too, along with Jordan Love, that defense actually has some parts and pieces too. So, yes, I'm with you on that. Now, flipping the coin to 49ers. And we say this with our resident 49er fan and my brother, or our brother, Snowman. He says, good morning, fellows. How about those 49ers? All right. I will say it like this. Be happy you won. Be happy that you're advancing. Be happy that you're hosting the NFC Championship game. And kudos, a win is a win is a win, and you should always hang your hat on that, and you should be happy, and you should be thankful. But even in our brother Snowman's alternative play-by-play call, which is on Snowman Multimedia, this YouTube channel, you even when you said to me, when you said with Andrews Carlson, with a high-pitched shriek, he missed it. The hope in your voice to come back from he missed it because, well, let's be honest. Line up for a makeable field goal. You're thinking, okay, well, you're probably calculating your brain. Okay, so we'll be down 7 with about 6 minutes to go in the game. And the 49ers offense has been off and on all game long, for the maybe exception of a few throws here, a couple of Christian McCaffrey runs there. So this was not the games we saw in the beginning of the season when they were boat racing teams. This wasn't the 42-19 team that we saw when they just simply demolished Philly in South Philly. This wasn't the 42-10 team that we saw back in October when they just destroyed the Cowboys. This is a squad that I think took the Packers a little bit for granted, and they almost paid for it. But they woke up in just enough time to get the job done, because they do have more experience than the Packers, and I think that helped. And even Brock Purdy had more experience than Jordan Love in that situation, so the experience won out. But you can't rely on that. You got to rely on the talent you have, not the inexperience of the team that you're playing, because that could bite you in the butt. And it almost did.
Well, speaking of biting in the butt, based on that comment that you just brought up there, Snowman.
Let me talk to you.
And just to go ahead, I'm going to go ahead and make this into a short to make sure that you show him. So let me start this over again. Hey, Snowman.
Let me talk to you.
When it comes to this situation right here, your comment that you just left up here, are you trying to turn into a Cowboys fan? How about those 49ers? Are you trying to make us hate the 49ers nation like we hate Cowboys nation with the how about those 49ers?
Stop it. Get some help.
Are you trying to become a Cowboys fan? Come on now. We gotta pause that. Oh!
Yeah.
So until you stop becoming a wannabe Cowboys fan, when it comes to your take right here.
Yeah.
And again, when it comes to the sayings for the 49ers.
Stop it. Get some help.
Because when it comes to that comment, delete. Now,
Acknowledge me.
I rest my case.
Lord have mercy. Goodness.
How about those 49ers when it comes to Dallas Cowboy Nation? And you saw how they got. Are you trying to take the. Don't put that juju on your team. Don't put that juju on your team.
Oh, Lord. What are you trying to take that L? Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Ooh. Oh, Lord. and thank you, Ryan. Thank you, brother. And for you, I think, hopefully, your Jets will probably be healthy and competing along with the Texans next year. Oh. Six says, this breaking news is brought to you by Ryan McCarthy's new sponsor, Stiff Shillelagh, the smoothest and stiffest whiskey for a fighting Irishman. And he asks how the morning brew was for Ryan. And Ryan says, this unbanning of Ryan McCarthy is brought to you by Silky Smooth Coffee. Air roasted, but never boom roasted. Silky Smooth Coffee. Oh, well, y'all are so creative. Six says, a bit of the stiff shit lady in that Silky Smooth Coffee. And you've got a Colin Farrell style Irish coffee, Ryan. Oh my gosh.
Two sips away from rehab on that one.
You had to remind me of what splits my eardrums. Every time I think about Cowboys fan, I always think about them channeling Jimmy Johnson in one of those pregame. I think it was it's probably a postgame speech where he goes, "How about those Cowboys?" How they just channel him and Skip Bayless. And now, whenever I would see any type of pride that Brian will have, I will think of Jimmy Johnson and that saying. Oh my gosh, why? Okay. So yes, the Packers go home, unfortunately, but you should be proud because this was a great season. And just like the Texans, you're ahead of the curve. So you have just a few things to fix. And your divisional rival Lions, they may need to think long and hard about holding you back.
Yeah.
Because they're going to have some competition in the NFC North because of you. As for the 49ers, be happy that you advanced the NFC Championship game. You got to play with a little bit more effort than you did Saturday. You escaped. And for a number one seed that pretty much ran the table for the most part and controlled almost every aspect of your season, that was not the greatest performance to put on tape.
No. And Christian McCaffrey solidified that 49ers offense, as far as if he didn't do what he did on that day, if he would have had like average running back, production, they would not have won that game.
Oh no, they would have lost.
So for as much as Jordan Love cost the Packers the game along with their kickers one miscue, the 49ers won because of Christian McCaffrey. It wasn't because of Brock Purdy this week. He was definitely in game manager mode this week, and Christian McCaffrey took over that offense.
Yes. Yeah. No question. No question. That's why I said the start of the game was Christian McCaffrey, because they would not have even been sniffing a victory if it wasn't for his output. But still, though, you all in the Silicon Valley, you get to host a championship game. And I think the record at Levi Stadium in playoff games is 5-0. So far, the stadium is good for you, and home cooking is great. We'll see if it is come this Sunday. All right, that was the Saturday games. How about the Sunday games? Well, they both actually were really good. And let's start with the one in Detroit, or Detroit, as we not so refined Americans would say. The Lions hosted their second playoff game in 2 weeks, and they had the Buccaneers coming to town. And this game was rather nip and tuck. Every time the Lions scored, the Bucs seemed to score, and it seemed to be that way for about 3 quarters until the Lions took hold of the game and with a 24-17 lead, and with the ball starting at their own 8, I will say this on air right now. Jared Goff put forth the best drive of his career. And I actually said that. He put forth the best drive of his career. This was one of those, okay, so tell me what Jared Goff can do. Show me what he can do. I would show you that 92-yard touchdown drive that you did that put this game away, even though the Buccaneers did end up coming back and scoring a touchdown. The final score was 31-23. And it was Jared Goff who did the thing. Although you did throw a little too much for my liking, still, you did your thing. 30 of 43, 287 yards and 2 touchdowns, did not turn the ball over. And the Lions defense, not to be outdone, 4 sacks with a Featu Mea-Forwu, giving you a sack and a half of those 4. And the 2 picks of one Baker Mayfield, who was 26 of 41, 349 yards, 3 touchdowns, and those 2 picks. Mike Evans, what else can you say about this guy? On a touchdown, he had 8 receptions, 147 yards, and he had receptions that when you thought the Bucs were done, he gave that team life support all throughout that game. Your thoughts on really what was an entertaining game between the two?
You know, we talked about it with the Packers game. We'll talk about it here with this one. You know, the quarterback play was definitely great from both sides of this team. This game for the entirety of the game until the very last quarter when, you know, Baker threw that pick on the last drive. Yeah, he did have 2 picks throughout the majority of the game, but even going into this one spot, the Bucs still had time on the clock for one, and they still could move the ball down the field. But he threw it right in the middle of the field. This has been one thing that's been looming over Baker Mayfield is his height in the pocket, okay, and the ability to see certain reads, and there's certain passes that are getting batted down, and we saw it in this game, and we've seen it throughout the entirety of his career. His height does make a difference, and I feel like, you know, and I'm not trying to throw any short jokes up there, but I feel like maybe if he was 2 or 3 inches taller, he might have been able to see some things that the average quarterback is able to see because of their average height in a league, because not the average quarterback would make that pass or make that throw in that moment, right there in the middle of slap in the middle of the field in double coverage. That's what we saw in that moment right there, was when he threw that pass. And I don't want to take away completely from what Baker did. And, you know, I would be normally sitting up here after a loss throughout the entirety of the season calling him Bunker Stayfield and all that stuff. I'm not doing that today because I don't feel like his overall play warrants that. You know, yeah, he did have 2 interceptions that did pretty much cost him this game, but he threw for 350 passing yards. Okay. He won a playoff game this year. He earned his money. He came in on a prove it deal, making $4 million this year, got like 2.85 in incentive. So he made just under $7 million this year, which is chump change compared to all other quarterbacks in this league, and still did what he did. The man's going to get paid this offseason. He is, regardless of what people think, whether he does go to free agency or not, he's coming back to Tampa Bay. They're not going to let him go because the chances of you getting someone that can, you know, not necessarily fill the shoes of Tom Brady, but at least walk the walk enough to get them this far. And they were a drive away from going to the NFC Championship, or at least tying the game to go to overtime to have the opportunity to go. So for him to do what he did this year, I know I've thrown some shade on him, came up with the nickname and everything this season for him, but I don't want to take away from the good things that he brought for this team, especially over the last few weeks of the season to get them into the playoffs. So had they picked any other quarterback this past offseason in the free agency, or had they gone with the draft, or even tried to roll the dice with Kyle Trask, this team would not have had more than 5 or 6 wins, and it would not have gotten to the playoffs. So Baker did his job this year, deserves all the credit in the world. But when it comes to this game right here, the inability for Tampa Bay to establish the run, they could not. This is another game. Yeah, just like the Texans, you know, we talked about it earlier, them not being able to establish the run was what cost them in that game. Fortunately for the Bucs, they were still closer in this game than what the Texans were once things just started pulling away from them. But, you know, up until the fourth quarter, when we got there and it was tied, When we got to the fourth quarter and the Lions scored on back-to-back possessions, that's when we immediately looked at this game and said, this is over at that point.
Mm-hmm.
But, you have to give the credit to Baker for what he did. He definitely was a tier above Jordan for Jared Goff for the passing, as he had way more passing yards than Jared Goff. But the running, the established run on the side of the Lions was what helped them.
Yeah.
The defense stepping up and doing what they did in this game as well for the Lions. Mr. Barnes, for them, Derek Barnes, the interception was
what
huge.
A key kick. Yes.
Huge interception to seal that deal. Got the game ball at the end of the game as well for what he did. And I think that was his first career interception in the NFL, if I remember that right too. And what a great time to do it, to send your team to the NFC Championship. I'm so happy for this Lions team, led by Man Campbell, to get this team biting off kneecaps, doing what they do best, and getting, highly emotional at the end of the game. I worry for him in his health. I look at him and was like, man, this guy needs to calm down. At certain points, I'm afraid he's gonna get a little bit too excited, go over the edge. One point, start grabbing his chest, pounding it or whatever. I don't know, but anyway, when it comes to this, me neither. When it comes to this right here, I'm really happy for the Lions. I wanted to see, I was kind of torn back and forth. I wanted to see Baker lead them to the NFC Championship, but only, if they were playing like the 49ers in this case, and the Lions were playing like the Packers in the Lions, because I want to see the Lions in the NFC Championship. Everybody does. This is a feel-good story from where they were at 10 years ago to where they're at now. Great on the Lions. Still great on the Bucs for what they did this year. Post Tom Brady, the first year without Thomas Edward Patrick Brady the second. And look at what they're doing. And I found a way to throw it in there. And welcome back to Total Football Talk.
Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. So I'll go with the Bucs first. The comment that I said, I think this is when Baker threw his third touchdown pass. I said to Private Circle, Baker's found a home. Tampa is where he's destined to stay, and the reason being not necessarily the performance. Yeah, on the field you would say that. No, things such as how you saw the team respond when the Lions would score to go up a touchdown. How the team just responded to him, and Baker gave that thought process and the feeling of, we got this. We're in this game. It's not done, guys. No, keep fighting. Keep fighting. We got them. We're going to put them on the ropes. He infused the whole team with confidence. So when you have a guy like that, where the players respond like that to him and the coaches love him, like the week prior, off of a timeout, he was feeling so good that he grabbed a Gatorade bottle, of course it was stuffed with water, and he purposely squirted it in front of the coach's direction just to poke fun at him, and the coach laughed. So I was like, okay, so he is part of the culture. Oh, they don't want him to leave. And then we cut to Todd Bowles after the game, says, oh yeah, we want Baker here. So the Bucs want him there. The coaches love him. The players love him. And this performance basically is cheering us up to Sunday. He threw for almost 350 yards. He gave him 3 touchdowns. Look, the second pick, of course, was done because they were down 8 and he was pressing. But I'm not going to take away from Derek Barnes' pick, because that was a great play because he cut the route beautifully. Good film study. But he was the man there. Dare say he was probably the best performer of the game. Game wide. Probably him and maybe Mike Evans, because all Maven had to do was just throw the ball in the vicinity of Evans, and he would just yank it. He just snatched out of the air. I mean, the dude showed why he is one of the best wide receivers in the game today. So yes, I 100% agree with you too. That running game needed to be established. that helped the Lions out because the Bucks couldn't establish the run. And the Lions, they didn't have a great run total, but they had a great run presence. And that helped Goff enough to where he can utilize it and not feel so pressured in the pocket. Although he did get sacked a few times, but he didn't feel pressured enough. But look, kudos to the Bucks. And I think defensively, I think they're starting to grow into the unit that won the Super Bowl a few years back too. So we might not just dismiss the Bucks all that much. They might come back and they might improve and they may be better. And I think they will feel like a more cohesive unit with the understanding that Baker Mayfield is not in a prove-it year deal. That it's not okay, well, he's here with us this year. What about next year? That feeling of uncertainty that I think they've been feeling as a whole ever since they won their Super Bowl, because they thought, well, Tom Brady might retire, and didn't. And then the next year, they thought after that beautiful comeback in the NFC Divisional Round against the Rams, oh, he might retire, and came back, win another NFC South crown, and get bounced from the wild card round. Then he does retire. Yes, Patrick Edward Brady Jr. So this uncertainty for the last 4 years has been hanging over the team in terms of the quarterbacking. I think that will not happen any longer. So you have that worry out the way. Everything's good for the Bucks, and everything's pointing up for them. Double especially, and I hate to say this because I want the NFC South to really be a good division, but they can San Francisco 49er the NFC South if they do it right. They can just simply rule that division, and it's like, good Lord, dude, does it have to be the Bucks every year? They almost have the ability to do that now if they build the team right. Now, for the Lions, I'm loving this two-headed monster of Montgomery and Gibbs. They don't necessarily have to get 100 yards each or by themselves, but it seems as if they can get like 50 each, that seems to really help out the offense. So that two-headed monster in the backfield, I'm liking a lot. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Why do we not talk about this guy enough? He may not have had the best game like the week before, but when Goff needs those tough yards, when Goff needs the I need these points yards, when Goff needs the I need this reception right now, number 14 of the Lions is where he goes to. And St. Brown rarely disappoints. Rarely. And in that second touchdown drive, that touchdown pass went to St. Brown. So you have chemistry out the yang with those two. And then you have the up-and-coming tight end in Sam Laporta, who he gives you key receptions every now and then. And I love the fact they have that guy, and it looks like this is why TJ Hockenson was able to be set free from the Lions, because they had this guy in mind. So kudos to the drafting for the Lions. Kudos to Dan Campbell for leading this team. And kudos to Jared Goff for taking in everything that Dan Campbell's giving you, because I know you were crapped on severely by John McVay. And you were basically left for scrap heap when you were traded to Detroit. And now we are seeing this renaissance. And sir, this renaissance looking good on you. Oh my gosh.
You threw some great points with Amon St. Brown, okay, and I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. But another thing I want to throw in with what you said about Sam Laporta is, one, he's a rookie, okay,
right.
So he's only going to get better.
Right.
But and we saw some flashes in the pan of some greatness of the Lions team in the past few years. Mm-hmm. But the difference in that tight end position in the production from Sam Laporta, not only from what he's done, with the receptions and the productions there, but his blocking.
Thank you.
His blocking has been huge in certain aspects of these games, that in the big moments when they needed those plays, Sam Laporta has been huge. Tight ends don't get enough credit when it comes to, They are doing great things with their flashy play with receiving and the yards. But for him and what he's done for that offensive blocking in the pass blocks, in the run blocks, in plays that don't even require him to do anything but to block, he's doing his job. And I think that is one of the biggest differences we've seen out of this offense from the Lions this entire season. He deserves what he got as far as the receptions this year and the record he set for one. But for two, the success in all, you can't all say one person did it, but you can't say that the actions that he has brought to this team and the production he has brought, this team wouldn't be here without him.
Right. You can't say it's minimal. And I'm glad you mentioned the blocking aspect of it, because that's exactly what that's exactly what I think what was missing with TJ Hawkinson. Not saying he didn't block at all, but I think they didn't feel as though he could block the way they would want when they wanted to be in the run sets that they have.
He couldn't remain consistent because he was always getting banged up in Detroit.
And he would always get injured.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he was always getting hurt. It seemed like every other week he was out there. And then he was out the next week with some type of energy for injury. And looking at that takes away from the momentum of what your offense can do when you have inconsistencies in a position, but also inconsistencies in play time from that person in that position as well, because you can't really get in a rhythm that way. And this year they got in a rhythm because they had Sam Laporta throughout the majority of the season.
Man. And one of the things that makes me happy, because we both are in sync. We both love running games. We both think running games are necessary to have a successful offense. When you can have your tight end buy in and at times say, okay, you're going to be our sixth offensive lineman, a lot of the time, I love that offense. And of course, you got Dan Campbell, who, when he played, was a tight end. And you got a young and impressionable guy in Sam Laporta. He doesn't want to disappoint his head coach. Double special, he doesn't want to disappoint his head coach, who happened to have played the same position he plays. So that probably one of those initial conversations, Campbell sat Laporta inside and say, I'm going to look specifically at you and see if you can execute the tighter position the way I believe you should, because I played it at the highest level. So that added pressure was there, and he has, with flying colors, succeeded. Oh, and let me pass along some flowers to one Aiden Hutchinson. It has to be a huge weight on your shoulders to be drafted by the team that you watched when you were young. And yes, you went to college in the area, University of Michigan, but you grew up a Lions fan, so you saw the disappointment. Thankfully, you didn't see how disappointing they were in the 80s. And you may have caught some of that disappointment in the late 90s, maybe. It'd probably be by word of mouth. But you saw the disappointment of that 0-16 team. And you got a chance to see that. And you got a chance to see the Matt Stafford and Megatron team sort of like be the little engine that could and miss a playoff spot, get into the playoffs, but get bounced bad in the wild card round. And you got a chance to witness that as a child. And the team that you rooted for drafts you, and now you get to rewrite the history of the team that you rooted for. And you came up big in both games at home. All I could do is to continuously tip my cap to you, man. I think we would be remiss if we didn't say part of the reason why the Lions are in the NFC Championship game for the first time in 32 years. Aiden Hutchinson had a lot to do with it.
Yes. And out of all the scenarios that could have gone this way, the 49ers have got their hands full this upcoming week. And we will talk more about that when we get to this upcoming game preview here later in the show. But when you look at what the Buccaneers had to go through with this Lions team, and the Rams the week before, This Lions team you cannot take them for granted. You
No.
cannot take them lightly at all because they put their work in each and every week. And I wouldn't even be surprised, we were talking about the production from Sam Laporta and how he's grown over this year.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised Dan Campbell's not getting in the trenches with them during practices and, and helping him, in these moments because he's still in pretty good shape, for someone who's a head coach. Sam Laporta is everything that he is this season because of the type of head coach that he has. And this entire team's identity is shaped from that man as well. Big congratulations to Dan Campbell for what he's pulled off this year.
Yeah.
And for the past 3 years, because everything he said has come into fruition each and every year. So whether it's this year or next year, this team's going to the Super Bowl.
I agree. Kudos to the Bucks. Todd Bowles. I will have a mea culpa moment right now. I actually thought this team would do little to nothing with you as its head coach, be happy with an NC South championship, and then that's it. But it looks like you have built a team, sir, that can do more than just be a punching bag for whomever is going to be the top wildcard team in the wildcard round. So my apologies to you, sir. It looks like you have grown as a head coach, and I actually thought the team would regress. They haven't. And under your leadership, they've gone back-to-back NFC South championships, and now they've won a playoff game. So I have to have that mea culpa moment. Sorry, bro. You actually doing your thing.
We may have to revisit this a year from now if Mike Evans leaves, because he is a shout to McCarthy in the chat for saying that he's an unrestricted free agent because he is this offseason. And if Belichick gets hired in Atlanta, which is in your division, if you lose Mike Evans and Belichick goes to Atlanta, you are not making it as far as you did this year next season. I'm just going to go ahead and say that now. People are saying, well, look at what Belichick did without Tom Brady. Nothing. Well, at the same time, it took a move for Tom Brady, and there's something about this division that's special when you move here. If he can get the right quarterback and make a couple other moves this offseason and goes to Atlanta, this team can easily be in the same position that the Buccaneers are in next year at this point in the year, and at least make it to the second round of the playoffs is what I'm going to call it, because of the caliber of talent that they have on that team. So looking at this for the Bucks, don't get too comfortable, because Todd Bowles last year in his first year as a head coach was 8-9. This year he was 9-8. So he's 17-17 his 2 years as a head coach, and he's 1-1 in the playoffs this year. He was 0-1 last year, so he's 1-2 in the playoffs as a head coach, 17-17 as a head coach. You can't get too excited on that, but at the same time, for what you just said, I do agree with that, but I don't know if it's going to build from this year at all in any positive way. We're going to have to see during this offseason what kind of moves they make. The Mike Evans situation is going to be huge going into next year.
Yeah, it is. It is. But I'm saying from the standpoint, I actually thought they were going to tank, period. I did not see them even sniffing an NFC South championship either year. But they did. And they actually had a playoff win to boot. So I agree. The record isn't impressive. I mean, 17-17 is not really an impressive record. But he still could put on his resume 2 NFC South championships. And for the first time in the history of the franchise, they've won 3 straight divisional championships. 2 of them with, of course, Bowles as the head coach. But at least with Mayfield, I think, and Rachaad White, I think their future looks good. I won't say bright. I wouldn't say that their future looks as bright as the Texans nor the Packers. But it does look good enough to where I think they can build pieces around at least those 2. Now, for the Lions, you are the THE, and I'm saying it with the capital letters, feel-good story of 2023. And you are now the darlings of football. You are now the team that everybody's rooting for to get to and win the Super Bowl. And I agree with you when I believe that if it's not this year, it may be next, but it's going to probably be within the next 2 years that they make it to the Super Bowl at least. But I believe they're going to be the team that everybody, even if you have a team like we both do, and we're not Lions fans, we'll probably actually, if they're not playing the Commanders or the Texans, be rooting for the Lions to win, because you just want this story to end favorably, end beautifully. And now you have a city where they had not tasted playoff success in 32 years, and they got a chance to witness 2 in their backyard in back-to-back weeks. I am happy for the city of Detroit. I'm happy for Dan Campbell. I'm happy for Jared Goff for having his career be resuscitated by Dan Campbell. And I am happy for that franchise because it has been moribund for far too long. And now we get to see the glory of the team, the likes of which we have heard in folklore, because we have heard, well, I mean, they were champions, especially when you didn't have the Super Bowl, and they won it in 1957. And that was the last time they actually experienced success on that level. Well, hopefully that tune will change. I think they have the right guy, the head coaching position and the quarterback position that will change those fortunes.
And I got 2 things for you, Detroit, before we get to the pregame analysis here in a little bit. You need to do 2 things this upcoming weekend.
You should know your role and shut your mouth.
And go give those 49ers the... Because if you don't, I will label you the 4th dumpster pelican on this list, standing on that bag right there.
I think I got my swagger back. Oh.
It's just like Wise. I can't take you nowhere. And now the game of the no. And now the no. And now the 2-for-1 special, the upset and game of the week. That's right. For the first time in Total Football Talk history, the game of the week is also the upset of the week. And why? Because you had the Buffalo Bills clamoring. If there was any team of the other 30, of the other 31 they wanted to play at home in what was called Rich Stadium, now is Highland Stadium. If there was any team they wanted to play out of the 31 in the playoffs in Buffalo or Orchard Park, New York, it would be the Kansas City Chiefs. Why? Well, because in the 2020 AFC championship, they lost 38-24. And then the very next year, they meet in the divisional round, and they had the epic game where starting in the 2-minute warning of it, the lead changed 4 times within that 2-minute span, where the Bills had the lead twice within that 2-minute span, but the Chiefs responded, and then they lose that game in overtime, 42-36, prompting the now overtime rules, the current overtime rules. With those 2 disappointments, and yeah, you can probably lop in the divisional round molly whopping that the Bengals gave them last year and in Buffalo, this team was the one they wanted to play most of all, because they wanted to prove that, well, yeah, we can beat them in the regular season, but we also need to beat them in the postseason, and we want to do it in our house. Well, they played the game in Arrowhead. What that pretty much was the proof as to who was going to play this game where. The Buffalo Bills won it, so now it's in their house. And they had a 10-6 lead in the second quarter, And then the Chiefs, I think, took the game over. Although the Bills fought it, the first touchdown pass that Mahomes threw to Travis Kelce was the one that I think shook the Bills all the way down to their core. And I think when it got to the fourth quarter, they had a here we go again moment when it was 27-24 Chiefs. Oh, that's the final score. That's right. 27-24, the Chiefs beat the Bills. Patrick Mahomes, he wasn't the Patrick Mahomes, but he was good enough. 17-23, 20-15 yards, 2 touchdowns, key scrambles, key throws, and key decisions, even on third downs that didn't convert to where he did not turn the ball over. He was what the Chiefs needed. Isaiah Pacheco, 15 carries, 97 yards of the touchdown. He was the difference. Every time they needed the tough yards, he was the one. And at 97 yards that he gained on the ground, that was part of the 146-yard rushing attack that the Chiefs did put together. Now, on the other side, Josh Allen, Mr. Superman, tasted some kryptonite in the fourth quarter. But we'll talk about that in more in depth a little later. 26-39, 186 yards to the touchdown, 12 carries, 72 yards, and 2 rushing touchdowns to boot. And at 72 yards on the ground, that was part of a 182 rushing yard attack from the Bills offense. And then with 1 minute 47 seconds to go in the game, Mr. Tyler Bass, he lined up after a 2nd and 39 went kaput from the Chiefs 27. He lined up on the right hash to attempt a 44-yard field goal, one that he could easily make, and it went wide right. The Chiefs get the ball, Pacheco gets a first down, and then the Chiefs go in 50 formation in the game. The Chiefs own the Bills. I think it's just that simple. And I will cede the floor to you because I know you got a lot of things to say about this, sir.
Is it safe to say that the Buffalo Bills are the Dallas Cowboys of the AFC?
Oh, Lord.
That's what I'm going to start this off with.
Cowboys. Oh, Lord.
This is the best way that I can really throw in comparison to them because we said what we said earlier about the Packers kicker, but Scott Norwood played for the Bills and was reincarnated 30 years later as what we've seen in the situation with the Bills in this past game because a missed field goal was what cost them this game at the end. However, you can't put all of the weight on Tyler Bass here because watching this in the fourth quarter, the Bills took way too much time off the clock. What they did in that fourth quarter on that last drive, you do something like that when you have the lead, okay? They didn't even have the lead. And I knew that they figured, oh, yeah, if we go down, take all this time off the clock, we punch it in, then it keeps Mahomes off the field for as long as possible, ice him, take the momentum away, and then they can't score. But unfortunately, that's not what happened for the Bills. As they missed a field goal, then all the Chiefs had to do was literally get a first down, which is what they did, and they got the game right there. But we could say what we could say about Patrick Mahomes and Pacheco, but Kelce came up huge in this game with those 2 touchdowns.
Yes, he did.
And for what people have been saying and throwing all the shade on him for the Taylor Swift stuff all year, most of that media attention all year long would affect the average player. You have been able to see and has been showcased all year long, one, how special of a talent Travis Kelce is, but for him to be able to handle this media attention, the scrutiny, doing a podcast, all the things that are in on his plate for him to do what he did throughout the season, then come in one of the biggest moments of his career, this franchises, technically their potential dynasty that they could have if they win this year. I mean, making it to 7 straight AFC championships is huge. You don't know if Big Red, if all Andy Reid's coming back. Hell, we don't even know if Travis Kelce's coming back next year because there's been some rumblings in the dark. I don't know if you've heard it, but the potential of the Kelce brothers retiring together, even though Jason Kelce is 2 years older than Travis. Travis wins the Super Bowl this year. What else does he have to really play for? You cemented the dynasty. Patrick Mahomes, yeah, he's still young. They got Noah Gray over there at tight end. They can bring somebody else in, especially if Coach Reid retires this year. If they make it to the Super Bowl, he retires. He's looking at himself in the mirror. You're 34 years old. You don't want to go through a rebuild unless it's somebody within the staff. They bring EB back maybe to run the team. Who knows? But there's a lot of what ifs after the next 2 to 3 weeks. And this Chiefs team needs to come into this game this next week with a different mindset than what they have in the past 6 AFC championships. But we'll talk about that here in a little bit. With this game right here, I think of the Bills as the potential Dallas Cowboys of the AFC, where they have so much hype on them every single year, especially over the past 4 to 5 years, and they let you down each and every year, and it's happening as early as Super Wildcard Weekend, or in this case, it's happening in the division round. Okay. And it's like you said, the Chiefs are the Bills' kryptonite because every single time you come in and you play them, whether it's in Arrowhead or now in this case in Buffalo, they are coming in like they're your daddies and they're owning you every single time. The biggest thing we have talked about all year long is Josh Allen running the ball way too much. And we said this earlier with the Baltimore Ravens. You had him running way too much, being the leading rusher of the game. And in that case, in Baltimore's game, you had your next 2 runners that combined to have over 100 rushing yards.
Right.
In this case, in Buffalo, very similar. He didn't have just the amount of yards that Lamar did, which I think tipped the scales for them there.
Right.
But you had James Cook and Ty Johnson combining for 101 rushing yards there.
Right.
The other part of that is there was a lack of production in some cases when it comes to your receiving core.
Oh, my
because
gosh.
Dalton Kincaid only having 45 yards is sinister in this game for one. But the fact that you only had 1 reception for 4 yards out of Dawson Knox, it's your 2-punch threat right there with your tight ends that has been serving you well all year long, yet you couldn't get them going. You spent more time trying to extend plays with your legs than trying to get them going. Now, I would say this. The other aspect of that, too, is the type of coverages that were coming from the other side with Kansas City. Their defense kept them in this game for one. Their defense has been keeping them in the games all year long, as we've been talking about how the offense from the Kansas City has been doing enough in game manager mode this year to get over the hump and doing the positive things for that side. But it's been this defense that's made the biggest impact for this team, and why the Ravens, like I was saying, the Lions will be giving the 49ers their hands full this weekend. The Ravens will have the biggest test of the year in Lamar Jackson for his entirety of his career this upcoming Sunday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And we'll cover that more in a little bit. But right here, for the Chiefs to do what they did, the fact that they came into this game as the underdogs on the road, Cole Johnson, was absurd for one. And I'll even throw this out there.
Now, that is absurd.
Because it was. The fact that you are the defending Super Bowl champions and you were the underdog. The fact that you had been to 6 straight AFC championship games coming into this season. The fact that you have 2 Super Bowls out of the last 4 Super Bowls and you've appeared in 3 out of those past 4. And now you're going to your 7th straight AFC championship game and you are the underdog. I thought that was just nuts. I even said to you early on yesterday, early on Sunday, saying that out of all the games that we could have had for potential upsets this week, I feel like out of these 2 games today, we're going to see one, and the Chiefs game is going to be the one that we see the upset in. I wanted to see the Packers upset, but unfortunately, we got an upset. We still got the upset, but unfortunately, it happened to be the Bills losing after all the hype that we've seen. Not many teams though, and we've been giving kudos to the other two teams that lost in this round. You have to give kudos to the Bills too. Not many teams can fire their offensive coordinator 6-7 games in to the season, and then flip the script and make it to this point in the season in the divisional championship, and still have a chance to win the game. It was a tight game. It was an upset, even though I still think it's crazy that it's an upset because of the defending champs.
Mhm.
But it's because of the growth we've seen from this Bills team.
Right.
You even saw DeMar Hamlin get in there on that
Mhm.
trick play, which was a bad time to call that trick play, but
Oh
you
my
still
gosh.
see him get him in there. And you had the special teams plays from him. I mean, there's a lot of positive things that you can pick apart from the Bills side, but it's still a huge letdown. I got friends that I've known since I was in school, like grade school or whatever, that are legit Buffalo Bills fans, and they have felt similar pains and woes that I have felt as a Washington fan over the years. They've had a lot more positive payoffs, though, over this 30-year span than what my team has experienced. But I can understand what they're going through with the you're so close, yet so far, because you get here and you think you're going to have it. You even have, the bets in things in your favor, yet you can't pull it off, and you're at home. What else can you do is what you're thinking. And, you've got the pieces, but you didn't make the right moves overall, because I think part of that comes from the leadership at bay there in Buffalo.
Yeah. All right, I'll throw the flowers to the Chiefs first. To be the underdog, but come out and not only be the underdog, but to also have it be hyped up, which was true, as the first ever road playoff game for Patrick Mahomes. When that is thrown on you, and the doubt also is thrown on you, and then of course, dumb NFL fans saying we want the Chiefs to be beaten because of Taylor Swift. She doesn't play it down. Anyway, for all of that, the weight of now the Chiefs are becoming the Darth Vader of the league, because I'm starting to see people say, why do the Chiefs have to be advanced this far all the time? Basically, similar things we heard about the Patriots the decade before, and the Cowboys the decade before that, and the 49ers the decade before that. I've always said that you need to have a team that you shoot for to knock down. You need to have that. It is necessary for a team to be at the top of the hill or at the summit of the mountain, so you can have something to pull off of it, or you have a subject to pull off of the summit so you can ascend there yourself. The Chiefs are there, and the Chiefs proved Sunday why they are there and why they still remain to be there. Because in this metamorphosis of a team that wanted to attack you downfield and to have all of these formations and to spread you out wide and to make a defense and the defense coordinator just lose sleep when you play the Chiefs, to now being straight game manager and take everything that the defense gives you, to see that metamorphosis on offense and to still see the success remain has to be debilitating to the rest of the league. And now you have a team, as you so eloquently said, now they rely on their defense, although they didn't rely as hard on their defense in this game, because in my opinion, I think the Chiefs played their best offensive game Sunday. This was the best their offenses looked all year long. And the offense basically had don't worry about it, we'll get it. Don't worry about it, we'll get it. Don't worry about it, we'll get it. It's a process. It's a process. We'll get there. That was the feeling that the Chiefs offense gave me the whole game. And they stuck to their guns. They wanted to pound the rock and did. They wanted to make sure that Mahomes executed the way he executed without flaw or mistake or without putting him on the turf. And I talked about this too. He seems to have these scrambles that are timed perfectly. And it's not just scrambles to get yards as much as it is scrambles to energize the whole team. Because he seems to, when he gets those scrambles and he's out in the open field, it seems to just give a jolt to the whole Chiefs organization when he does. And he times them perfect. And there seems to be a one or two that he always does. And this game was no exception. So, yeah, the talk was, well, the Chiefs wide receivers, they drop passes. The Chiefs defense, yeah, they may have a superstar stud in Chris Jones, but the team is pretty much nothing but that. I will submit Nick Bolton because I think he's an underrated safety, but I digress. But yeah, this team is basically Patrick Mahomes a bust. Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily. And although we did not talk about him stat-wise, Travis Kelce with the 2 touchdowns, and I think he had 73 yards in the game. What they did with him, they basically made him like Lawrence Taylor of the Giants back in the 80s, where you didn't know where he was going to line up. He could have lined up next to the line, spread out wide, put him in motion, put him in the backfield even. Give you different looks to where you couldn't key on stopping him. And freeing him up freed everything else up.
And he's kicked it into another gear this year, in a gear that we haven't seen him in for probably like 2 years or so.
I'd say that.
2-3 years. And with that being said, that even raises more questions on the, are you going to retire at the end of this year? Because it seems like he's leaving it all out on the field in some aspects.
Yeah.
And I could be wrong with saying this, and with some of the things I've listened to and watched over the past couple weeks, it just seems like it makes sense. You have a lot of things off the field now. You don't have to be here anymore. Like, you don't have to be playing the game of football. I'm not saying that just because you're dating Taylor Swift that you need to retire from the game of football, but having that in your life, along with the other successes off the field that don't require you being in the game of football, and you start thinking about long-term, aspects of your life, I think that there's a good potential that Travis Kelce's laying it all out on the line this year. So that way he can leave on a good note. They can cement the dynasty here with a 3rd ring. And that's what they're going for. If they don't achieve it, does he come back next year? Maybe, and we will have more to talk about this offseason, as we'll have to be filling in those gaps when we're talking about UFL and CFL. We're going to have time dedicated on our episodes to talk about NFL stuff. And this, I feel like, is going to be part of the topics that we discuss at some point during the NFL offseason. Guys, stay tuned, but it's not over yet. We still have this next upcoming weekend to talk Chiefs football. Yeah. And there was one thing you brought up earlier in your statements as well, comparing the Chiefs to the Patriots. Okay. I remember when the Chiefs dynasty, or whatever you want to call it right now, was just cooking up,
the beginning.
That last year that Alex Smith was there before Patrick Mahomes took over, and they made their first of 7 consecutive AFC championship games. Okay. And how we wanted to see him knock off Tom Brady, and we wanted to see them get to this point. And now how the tables have turned. I'm still not one of those that's sitting up here saying they want to see the Chiefs lose, because I still enjoy watching the Chiefs team.
Same.
The offense is as exciting. There you go, the better word. Isn't as explosive on a consistent basis. But we saw flashes of that from Kelce this past weekend.
Yes,
we see a more hyped up defense, as we see the best defense we've seen in a 7-year run.
By far, not even a question.
And a big reason why they're where they're at now. But, if this is Kelce's last season, I do like what I'm seeing with what he's doing and producing. And to see his brother go nuts up there in the press box, shirt off, chugging beers, hanging out with old Tay-Tay up there in the suite. You got to love it. Good on them. If he is retiring, which I would think he is because of his age and with what he's accomplished. He doesn't need to be around the game anymore. For him to even have that type of fun ahead of that announcement, huge for the family. This has been a special story since both of them came into the league. But I am not one of those Chiefs haters. If you are one of those ones out there that is tired of seeing the Chiefs do what they are doing, you obviously are the type of person who, when you got a toy at Christmas, you were bored with it in 48 hours, okay? And that type of attention span, we don't need out here talking on these media airwaves. So you can take that negativity somewhere else. I still love seeing what the Chiefs are doing, and you have to appreciate greatness when it's here because just like that, it will be over.
And I'm with you. The only time I root against the Chiefs is when the Texans play them. That's the only time I really root against them. So besides that, I'm actually, this is the funny thing, I'm actually loving more what I'm seeing with the Chiefs. I love it more now than I did back in 2018, and I didn't hate them. It was like, okay, this is a cool new team, and it looks like if they build probably around Mahomes, this has potential to be something. Now we fast forward here about 6 years, and now we're seeing a team that is hardened, that is weathered, that has faced every single storm that a football team can face, that's successful. And I'm actually growing to love the team more and more. I mean, what's to hate about Andy Reid? What's to hate about Travis Kelce? And now there could be a couple of reasons that you can hate Patrick Mahomes. I can't because he comes from my home state, Texas, so I can't hate him. There's too many there's too many things about the team that and I love Chris Jones too on the other side. I love him. I love his personality. There's too many likable figures on the Chiefs for me to say, screw them, beat them, somebody, just get them out my no. And to flip it on the other end, the Bills. All right.
If there's any reason you should hate Dak for him, it should be the same reason you would hate Dak Prescott for when it comes to Pat Mahomes, because they were Cowboys fans growing up. That should be the only reason that you hate them. But when it comes to their play, you have to respect it.
Oh Lord, here we go. I'm sorry, my bad. Yeah, I get it, but look, young buck, he didn't know any better. Now I credit that. Now I'll point to Patrick Mahomes Sr. Dude, you had him be a Texas. To be a Cowboys fan. No, my bad. Go ahead.
And you got to at least say there has not been a point at all throughout this entire season, Cole Johnson, not one that either one of us. And we'll have to go back and look at the previous 20 episodes. There's not one episode that we have had the Chiefs on this list right here. We have not ranked them on the dumpster Pelican list right here. And there's no reason to nominate them for any type of play. Their defense has been stellar, even though their offense has taken a step back in some aspects. And it's been, in some ways, because the offensive line has been a little bit suspect in some cases compared to in seasons past. And even though Pacheco's doing a solid job over there, they still need a little bit more production out of that running game.
They do.
And Rashee Rice has been nice and kind of a Tyreek Hill Jr. over there, but they need a little bit more impact from the wide receiver core. They need to make some moves this offseason, whether it's in the draft or in free agency, get him a little bit more help over there for receiving. But luckily for you, you still have a little bit more time before you got to start thinking about offseason moves, because you still have one, if not potentially two more games this season. Big shot to the Chiefs and old Big Red over there for what he's done to get this team to this point. They deserve every bit of time to celebrate their accomplishments.
Definitely. And shout out to Steve Spagnuolo. I mean, you, sir, have resuscitated this defense, and now they are the unit that teams have to game plan for first. And we're saying this with a stud of a quarterback on the squad. I mean, you have done, and of course, for those who don't know, Spagnuolo is the defense coordinator of the Chiefs. you have made this. You've made this side of the of the team the one that you fear when you come into playing the Chiefs. Kudos to you. Kudos to you. Huge Chiefs fan, and I don't mean I'm in Chiefs Kingdom, and I know that Drew isn't either. It's just that we respect greatness when we see it, and we're not going to hate on it, and there's no reason to.
Hey, Steve Spagnuolo and Wade Phillips have a lot in common.
Yeah,
great defensive coordinators. Great defensive coordinators. Horrible head coaches. They are probably number 4 and 5 on this list right here when it comes to dumpster Pelican head coaches. You two great defensive coordinators, terrible head coaches. Dumpster Pelican head coaches, great defensive coordinators. Had to give that a shout out right there for old Double S.
Yes, well, I will not disagree there. I totally understand and agree with you there. But I will talk a little further about the Bills, but I will say this about them now. We already said it here. Josh Allen, you ran it too much. And because you ran it too much, it threw you off passing. And you have a good arm. That's the thing. You have a cannon of an arm. And there were throws you were missing. Yes, I'm not talking about the drops that it seemed like the Bills wide receivers channeled the Chiefs. It's not as if I'm talking about the drops that they had. Yes, I'm looking at you, Stephon Diggs. But the throw to Shakir, and I'm talking about the drive where Tyler Bass missed the field goal and it went wide right. And you could say, well, yeah, you try to throw a ball with 600 pounds on you. Well, Allen has been in the game long enough to where he probably could slide a little bit to the right and put a little muscle in that throw, because Shakir was wide open in the end zone. It should not have. And I look at that play in particular, and that was emblematic to me of how off they all were on offense for the Bills. And because they were off on offense, it put the Bills defense on their heels almost the entire second half. Dare say leaking into maybe the beginning of the second quarter. They seem to be playing on their heels. They seem to be playing reactionary, and you do not want your defense to be reactionary. And instead of being aggressive, they were passive, and you saw that on defense. And they were passive. They were getting pushed around. They were getting bullied. And like I said, the Chiefs game plan offensively was absolutely stellar. They took advantage of every single thing that the Bills were willing to give them, and they took some too. And you had the defense be passive because they were playing not to lose. And they were basically being emblematic of the offense because they were playing not to lose. And this is the team you wanted to have in your crib because you wanted to prove to us all you actually were on their level. You wanted to prove to us all the Chiefs, yeah, they're tough. And yeah, we have respect for them, but we're right here. And unfortunately, the whole world saw it's the Chiefs, it's the Bills. And it's unfortunate. It is gravely unfortunate for you because now you all have an offseason where, yeah, it comes off of you ran off a string of games and you became the hot team in the playoffs. You became the team nobody wanted to face. You became the team that you have to knock off with a great performance. Here's the messed up part. The Chiefs didn't put forth their greatest performance, period, and they still beat you. Now, they put forth the good one. They put forth a really good one. They put forth a solid one. But the defense, you had your way with in the first half defense against the Chiefs defense defensively. But they clamped it down in the second half, where all you could manage was a third quarter touchdown. That was it. That's all you could manage. Which, if I'm mistaken, I think that was the lone touchdown throw that Allen had. That's all you could manage. Because they shut you down in the fourth quarter. and you were in your own home crib. This should have been the moment where you'd ride the wave. You were only down 3, and this would have been the moment where it's like, okay, we got them what we wanted. We're 80,000 Bills Mafia strong. We got it here. We got the team we want them. We've come back against this team in the playoffs. It's now time for us to shine. And man, did you all stink up the joint. And I'm not talking about the defense. The defense actually did their thing. I mean, they had to cover up for a botched fake punt that put them on your 29. And later, you forced a fumble from Mecole Hardman that started the drive that was supposed to win the game for you. The defense did that. So I can't say the defense didn't do their job. Defense did their job, but they just played passive for the second. Definitely the third quarter they did, but I'd probably say the middle of the second and all the third quarter played too passive. And then they played desperate enough to where they were strong enough to hold the Chiefs as long as they could. But that offense let you down. And other aspects let you down too. And you should be ashamed of yourselves, because this should have been the opportunity where you'd say, we finally got over on our opponent. But now it's just how it is. The Chiefs are your kryptonite, period.
And one of the sad things I look back on and see is like plays like when Josh Allen ran up the middle that one play, and in the last second before crossing the line of scrimmage throws that dart to the left for like a first down.
Mm-hmm.
And you think about the type of improvisation that it takes for someone to do that.
Right.
Not the average quarterback can do that. Like maybe
No.
the top 1 or 2% can do something like that. You don't really see that. Maybe Mahomes can.
Mm-hmm.
And to do that against the team that primarily has been pulling those plays off for the past 5 years or so,
on you, probably. Mm-hmm.
and you still lose the game. It goes to show you got to give the credit that you got to the Chiefs defense.
Got to.
Also to the leader over there with Mahomes. But you still have a lot of growth for Josh Allen over there and that entire offense of the Buffalo Bills. Everything you just said is spot on. But I sum it all up in that one play right there. It's like you can pull off plays like that, but when it matters the most, you're going to take off 10 minutes off the clock and not leave enough time for yourself to do something, especially when you could potentially miscue a field goal like you did.
Which did.
And yeah, it's just very unfortunate, and just as unfortunate that we're not even going to be talking about you in the next couple segments when it comes to games for this upcoming week.
It's unfortunate. It is. And you're correct, man. You're correct. That is the Bills in a nutshell. I mean, think about the big games coming down the stretch. Heck, even the blowout at home against the Cowboys. That game. The game in Miami, to a lesser extent, the wild card round playoff game against the Steelers. They would make these spectacular plays, but the routine, not so good, not so much. And because you made the routine difficult in a game where you needed it, you couldn't perform the routine plays necessary to beat your, I can't really say ardent, I can't really say most hated, I'll say the toughest. You couldn't make the routine plays to beat your toughest opponent, and you got to make many routine plays to beat them. And that's the problem that the Bills face. Now you're in the offseason after being the talk of the town when you got rid of Ken Dorsey as for offensive coordinator. You brought in I think it's Joe Brady. You brought in him to be the interim offensive coordinator, and he made your team a little tougher offensively. You got some soul searching to do in the offseason. So now you go home, and the Chiefs go on, and now they go to Baltimore, and we're looking forward to that one. That's going to be a good game, and we'll of course touch on that one and the NFC Championship game a little later. But that concludes the upset of the week and the game of the week, and also opening drive. We'll be back with the Gridiron Scoop. Oh, and the Dog of the Week / Grand Champ.
All right, let's go. We got trips, right? At 42, 989 on 2. Ready? Break.
We're just getting started. Total Football Talk will return right after this.
Everything Boston. I love you morons. New Kids on the Block, New Edition.
Dear whatever the law firm is. Sincerely, the U.S. Supreme Court.
Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. Go yourself again. Jason.
Ready to hang with some fellas who know football? Let's ride. LC Muscles 28.
I think they're the most overrated defense in the league.
Steel Sermon.
We did not trail for a single second.
Tiny Tim.
McCarthy is a bonehead.
A Pistol 90.
I'm going with my boys. Fins up, baby.
Get ready for the Four Horsemen of Peckham's. Every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central on YouTube. Poppy J.
You got the option to cry for the government. You got the option to protest. You got the option to keep buying. But this is also an option.
Wise El Jefe.
We're the first tech geeks. We're the first gamers. We're the first everything. Everything. Like Gen X's, we are the ones.
BS3 Network proudly presents the crew from the New York boroughs who never wants that smoke. Nah, they want that fire. Poppy J and Wise El Jefe, Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. Check your local listings for your viewing and listening pleasure.
Welcome back to Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham. I am Cole Johnson. And yes, Sick, you're correct. Ladies and gentlemen, the Madden curse has once again proven itself in Buffalo, New York. Good to see you, Mick. You're actually right on time, my brother. You're right on time.
Mick!
All right. It is good to be here with you all, and now it is time to get to the Gridiron Scoop. So, we had a game on ESPN between the Texans and the Ravens, and surprisingly, and this is a pleasant surprise, it was considered the most watched NFL game of all time on the Total Sports Network. So the divisional round game between the Texans and the Ravens drew in a Nielsen rating of, well, it wasn't a Nielsen rating, but a reporting from Nielsen, it drew in almost 32 million people to watch the 34-10 victory by the Ravens. The news marks the second straight year that ESPN has hit a new record high on their final NFL broadcast of the season. Last year, the wild card round game between the Cowboys and the Bucks drew 31.2 million on that Monday night affair. Now, according to a press release from ESPN, 5 of the 7 most watched NFL games on ESPN, dating back almost 40 years, it has taken place in 2023 from playoffs and Monday Night Football viewers. It peaked that game on Saturday at 36.2 million people. Now, my question to you, sir, is the following. Is the record-setting viewership of this game between the Texans and Ravens a win for CJ Stroud, a win for Lamar Jackson, a win for the weather, or all of the above?
I think it's, for all of the above, but more so the Shield, the NFL. It's a win more for them.
Yeah.
You generate more revenue. You get more eyes on the product, especially, you want to appeal more to the younger, the generation to keep the game growing over time, so looking at it that way, it's a great question. I don't think it really benefits the individual players as much as it does the Shield. They'll be making the money off of it for one, but for two, eventually they'll reap the benefits because the more eyes that are consistently on it, the more revenue that comes in, the more money you'll be making 10 years from now. So both of these quarterbacks, mainly Stroud, we'll see where, Lamar Jackson is in 10 years, depending on if they don't run him into the ground over there in Baltimore. But, you keep having consistent viewership like this, especially on playoff games. This is going to help when it comes to contract negotiations, incentives for playoff pay, all that stuff. You'll be getting more pay during times like that for the incentive bases in the playoffs in those cases. So I think for overall, when it comes to all 32 teams in the league, the entire Shield in itself, I think it's good for everyone involved.
Yeah. I agree, and I love the fact that you included the Shield because I think that's who's going to benefit the most from it. And it's sort of cold comfort for me, but it was still good to see nonetheless because, well, NFL product is pretty good. Just is. Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh. Now, I know there isn't a pro football team that's called Michigan. We're talking about the college head coach. He expected to meet with the Los Angeles Chargers this week for a second round of interviews to be the team's next head coach. Harbaugh and the Chargers have been linked since the owner of the team, Dee Spanos, fired Brandon Staley. Thank God. And general manager Tom Telesco back on December 15th. Harbaugh, who played with the NFL, played for the NFL 14 years and spent his final 2 seasons with the Chargers, is coming a knocking. The Falcons also are scheduling a second interview with Harbaugh as well. He first interviewed with the Falcons last Tuesday, according to sources. Now, Harbaugh is considered to be one of the most desirable candidates for this position hiring cycle because, of course, his record in the NFL and his collegiate success, which now includes a national championship with the maize and blue. My question to you is, how close is Jim Harbaugh to signing on the dotted line with the Chargers?
I think he's pretty close. I mean, you and I talked about it last week about, I think the will for him to coach in the NFL is definitely there. Him being in his early 60s now, he's had some time away from the NFL, built something pretty cool at his alma mater there in Michigan, doing what he did, finally delivering a championship. It definitely is great for the state of Michigan right now for what they've experienced in the month of January so far with the national championship, with the Lions getting to the NFC championship game this upcoming weekend. I mean, it's definitely great to live in the state of Michigan right now. Because beyond the weather, it's definitely great to be there as a fan right now.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh, I think, wants to take – absolutely. I think Jim Harbaugh wants to take that momentum, go back to the NFL. He already had lukewarm success with the San Francisco 49ers, started the team that, started them in their foundation to build them into a great situation. That Kyle Shanahan came in and further developed to where they're at now. So he's got great ties to the NFL already. It's not like he did a bad job. He did pretty good. Just ended up wanting to go back to college while he still had the time and the youthfulness inside of him to, build a great program like he did or reestablish a once great program to prominence again. And he accomplished that in Michigan. And now, I feel like he wants to take the next 10 years and actually do something like that in the NFL. And what better team do you have an opportunity with out of all the remaining teams that are there for you to get a job with? And that being the Chargers. You got Herbert, who's still very young, You got Keenan Allen who's still there. I don't know for how much longer because he is older, but you still have him there along with Mike Williams, other great pieces around you as well that you can build on and have success with. You could potentially do that with Washington, but Washington's not going to be as appealing as, yes, they do have over $80 million in cap room, but they don't have the pieces already. Some of those they've already traded away, but they wouldn't have the capital that they have now when it comes to the cap room, when it comes to the draft picks, if it wasn't for that. When you look at all the available teams, the Chargers are the best option for Harbaugh, for one. Two, he used to play for them and has some pretty decent highlights of him slinging the rock while with the Chargers back then. Yeah, they were in a different part of California, but they were still part of California back when he was there. He has ties to that team, ties to the organization, ties to the NFL in general. When it comes to your question right here of how close is Jim Harbaugh to signing on the dotted line, he's got a second interview this week. I mean, how many times have we seen in the past of coaches having a second interview and not getting the job? I mean, yeah, it happens, but it's more so that they do get the job with the second interview rather than stringing them along. And I don't think that this is what a lot of other people thought about a week, 10 days ago when the national championship was over and that he was going to do this just to raise up his price per year, annual pay for the Michigan Wolverines as their head coach. I don't think that's what this case is. I think this is a genuine ploy of, I want to coach in the NFL again. I want to finish what I started. Cody Rhodes wants to finish his story in the WWE, and I want to make those comparisons right now because Jim Harbaugh, wants to come back and do that in real life. They're saying it in the story for the WWE, but Jim Harbaugh is legitimately doing it right now, and I think that he does that in LA as the Chargers' next head coach.
And he has been on record as saying that he loves challenges. So there's that. And yeah, I agree with you. I agree.
But you need to trade Joey Bosa is what you need to do because you're coming into year 5 of his 5-year contract. And yeah, leading up to that 5-year contract, he had 40 sacks in his first 4 seasons. In the past 2 seasons, in 34 games, Cole Johnson, he's only played 14 of 34 games. And you're due to pay the man it's like 50, it's like 40 or 50 some $50 million this year.
Yeah, he's due to break the bank. Yeah.
Yeah. So in when I looked at it, he's going to get paid 14% of the entire salary for this upcoming season. And you've only gotten 14 games out of him this past 2 seasons, and only 5 it was either 5 or 9 this season. I think it was 5. So
5.
Yeah. So in 9 last year. So when you look at that production right there, you look at what you're paying him. Yeah, he was great for you leading up to those first 4 years and in that contract extension. But if you come in here and you're Jim Harbaugh, whether you have the moves to make trades, the head coach, I don't know if you're going to be coming in as a general manager / head coach or not. Probably not. But you have to at least make that part of your negotiations. Well, I like Joey Bosa. Everybody likes Joey Bosa as a person, but 14% of our salary cap, and we look at problems that are problematic for this team's production. I think that's one of them. You move him to somewhere like maybe the Lions, who can give you a couple, a little bit more draft picks. You put him opposite side of Aiden Hutchinson, regardless of what they do this playoff run. That would be a huge pickup because the pressure wouldn't be on Joey to completely deliver because he has a complementary piece on the other side. You keep him healthy. They could win more than one Super Bowl if he goes to Detroit. They have the room to do it, and it would free up the room for them to bring in the pieces to help Jim Harbaugh start this off right. That's my suggestion if they bring in Jim Harbaugh. Regardless if they bring in Jim Harbaugh or not, you got to move Joey Bosa.
Yeah, then you might be right on that one. Yeah, you're right. I think he probably is long to want to leave the Chargers. I think too. So yeah, that makes sense. 6 says Cole. It's not enough to say thank God about Brandon Staley being gone. He says, that deserves a praise dance. They would, but I'd probably run that praise dance for about 5 minutes, and I should not do that because I would run it that long.
Is that the thing y'all play on Snowman in the morning with the dance in the church?
Yes.
It gets me every time.
Yes. Mhm. Oh gosh. And something that pulled at the heartstrings, and we talked about it earlier. It looks like Jason Kelce is living his best life right now. So after the first touchdown that his younger brother Travis scored, we saw Jason basically go shirtless and drunk and happy, screaming out of the luxury box where he, his mother, I'm sure his father, and Taylor Swift was all, and probably Brittany Mahomes were all sitting.
Tay-tay.
So yeah, Tay-Tay. Now, off the beaten path, so to speak, after that happened, it seemed as though there was a wonderful moment. The cameras caught Kelce, of course, throughout the game. Jason, not Travis. And early images, of course, showed Brittany as well hugging Taylor. Now, we fast forward to this one viral moment where Jason helped a young fan get Taylor's attention, and he climbed out of the luxury box, went to the stands, and brought the girl up to the window of the suite. And he held her up so she could show Miss Swift the sign the girl made. Now, all I have to ask is the following. What does it say about the likability factor of one Jason Kelce?
And when I first read this, when you sent me the slate, I thought you meant like the liability. I thought I read it first as I read it too fast. I thought you put liability, like because I was thinking about he's throwing back beers and grabbing kids and hanging them up in the air, for old Tay-Tay to see at the side and all that. I thought that part was funny, but no. As far as the likability, I mean, he was voted as like the sexiest man of the year, People Magazine or something like that. I forget what magazine it was this past year. So his likability is there. I think that their podcast for the past 2 seasons. My man Dante's in the house too. What's up, my man? I had to throw a quick shot to him.
Oh, what's up?
So my man Dante is here. Hope that TV on the wall is still doing great for you, even though I've retired from that profession. We already know about that before I throw that story out there. But anyway, when it comes to this right here, Jason Kelce, I think that their New Heights podcast has helped with, increasing the likability factor for him.
Mm-hmm.
I think his likability factor has been growing since that time that even Dante can even tell you when they had the Super Bowl parade and he was all dressed up and, he lost his voice screaming and yelling, just in the pure joy from that Super Bowl. I'm, someone that's a fan of the team that doesn't really have a real name, but they are a rival of them in that division.
Of course.
I'm not supposed to enjoy watching those moments, but I did. And it's for people like Jason Kelce that are a part of that team, because without him, they wouldn't have been there, because he was the core of that offensive line and why it was strong for many years. It was a pillar for that team and the community over there in Philadelphia. So I think his likability factor has been there for many years, but we have seen a spike in the popularity of both him and his brother throughout not only the game of football, but in society as well, based on their podcasts, based on their philanthropy. And then, of course, brother dating Tay-Tay doesn't hurt either.
No,
and you're hanging out with her up there in the suite. First time they're actually able to really do that, because the Eagles have been playing this entire time. They finally get some time off. And, during, now that Tay-Tay's in their lives, or in Travis's life, the first time he was really able to hang out with her, that was cool. Watching that moment of grabbing the kid and holding her up there in the air to show the sign was cool. But gotta wonder how many beers deep my man was when he was climbing out the box. For him to do it the way that he did, he didn't seem like he was staggering or stumbling around when he grabbed the kid to hold her up there to show Tay-Tay the sign. So I'm not mad at it. I think it's cool. But when it comes to the likability factor, I think that the likability factor has been there for many years, and it goes back to that Super Bowl win that they had years back. and then the way that they have set themselves up. I mean, one of these two brothers, and probably Jason will be one of them, is going to probably run for some type of political office at some point. And I could see him running in the area of Philadelphia because he's already been a pillar to the community.
Oh gosh, man.
Build
He's
on that.
there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you might as well build on that. The only problem that I see with that is once you get into politics, there's so many people that get into you become corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
Then I want to inflict pain on you, and that's not good because then if I say too much, I might get in trouble out here on these streams. So I got to sit back, dial it back a little bit, watch what I say, and overall, when it comes to a great transition for Cole Johnson, I got to play it when it comes to.
We gotta pause that.
Because I got to do what I can to save us from completely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Facts, bruh.
Well, well, Josh is wait a minute, Mayor Kelsey? Well, heck, I mean, the dude's popular enough, and he also said that he went full Burt Kreischer Sunday, which I can see the resemblance. But yeah, I just thought that was a great moment, and if I couldn't, and I have a lot of respect and a lot of love for Jason Kelsey. If I couldn't love that guy any further, what he did Sunday makes me love him even more. I'm like, man, this dude is great. This dude is polite to the girls, and he's like that every man. I'm like, doggone, bro. I can't hate on it. I'm happy for him, man. And if this is it for him, well, great career, man. You one of the best centers to ever do it. Period. So, what else can we say except, man, we want your retirement to be better than your career, and your career was great. I selfishly would like to see if you could play another year, but I totally understand why you wanted to hang him up. I do.
I wish that he would go play in Kansas City for a year. Finish his career off with the guy who he started with Andy Reid, because he was the Philadelphia head coach when he got drafted to the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be cool. I know that some people out there, Dante, probably one of them saying no, come back to Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to look at it this way. They're keeping Sirianni from what it looks like. You're going to be firing both your coordinators, and you're going to be in somewhat of a rebuild mode, regardless of
one of them. Mm-hmm.
Regardless of what you think.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be in some type of rebuild mode this offseason.
Yeah.
And, you got some pieces there that keep the scores. A.J. Brown, you got Jalen Hurts, and you got Swift. You got some other things that you can do within that team. But you're going to be rebuilding one way or another. If you're Jason Kelsey, you're not going to want to go back to that, because that type of rebuild for the Eagles is going to take 2 to 3 years. Not as long as what some people may think, because they're not far removed from the Super Bowl. Okay.
Yeah, they're talented.
So I don't want to say it's going to take like 4, 5, 6 years. No, maybe 2 or 3 for them to get back to where they were, but actually make a statement, because they were very close to winning that game last year, and then things completely unraveled this year down the stretch of the season, and in that first game of the playoffs as well.
But
so. Mm-hmm. If you're Jason, I don't think it hurts your legacy to go play with Kansas City for a year. Especially, it's not like you're going to go to a team to just necessarily chase the championship. You actually get the opportunity to play with your brother, and you don't have to be the full-time center, because they've already got an established center. You can go in there as a backup just to be part of the team, just to be there with your brother for a season. They kind of got cheated with that when they were in college at Cincinnati for reasons that were kind of Travis's fault, but they've well established that. We don't need to cover that.
Yeah.
I just think how special that their stories are in the NFL. If Travis comes back this offseason and Jason decides that he wants to give it one more go, because Travis is like, hey, I'm done after this season, but I think it would be special if we finally had a true season together, and we did it in the NFL with the opportunity to go for a ring, because this team is, at this current point, gone to 7 straight AFC championship games. They could potentially go to another Super Bowl. They've already been to 3 out of the last 4 Super Bowls, and potentially can make it 4 out of the last 5 if they win this game this Sunday. I think that's a pretty enticing thing to put on older brother's plate. and then we could potentially see something even more special next year. The chances of that are pretty slim. I think the chances of both Kelsey brothers retiring this offseason are more likely than Jason coming to Kansas City. But it's just a cool thought that some people should probably start cooking out there in their fires, stoke it a little bit, and get this under him so he can think about it a little bit.
Mick says, slow your wrong, stay in your lane, Drew. Dante says, look, Jason, genuine fun guy. And I can see that. And I've seen clips of him being in Philly, I think ordering food. And it seems like the people, some who probably don't even know him, actually take to him. So I can see how he's just a cool guy. And seeing him on New Heights and with the team, yeah. He's one of those guys who's like, yeah, I want him on my team. So and I know you, as an Eagles fan, I know you appreciate him on your team. Go ahead, sir.
That's a good point with the contract. You brought it up right here.
Yeah,
it's a good point because I missed that yesterday. I didn't even see that. So good shout out for you for bringing that up with the restructuring of the contract. His next statement right here is what really I was not expecting this one. You see that he wasn't as much fun. I would say throughout different points of the season when they weren't producing as well, because they did have some bumps.
Yeah, I was going to say probably when they were around November.
Yeah,
around then, and probably from then until about probably Christmas, where I could see how Travis was like, I don't think I'm really feeling this. I could see it then. Yeah.
But if you've been watching the past 2 weeks, the past two playoff games, Super Wild Card weekend and this past weekend, what you just said right here has not been true this playoffs. I will give you that during the season.
Mm-hmm.
During the season, I'll give you that. Mm-hmm. But during the past two games in the playoffs, he has definitely turned it into playoff mode, as they have been accustomed to doing for now 7 straight years, as they've now gone to the AFC Championship game for 7 straight years. It is something that is a testament, something that should be celebrated, and something to celebrate when their careers are over. You know, Travis, I mean, Jason's had one great career in Philadelphia, but you can't take away what little brother has done. But you also can't take away the fact that if it wasn't for big brother, little brother wouldn't be having these moments right now.
Right. I was about to say little brother wouldn't even have a career in football if it wasn't for big brother. Yeah. Again, another reason why Jason Kelce is one of the studs in the National Football League and probably one of my favorite Philadelphia Eagles ever. And it didn't even have to take Sunday for that to happen, but that's a little cheer in the Sunday moment. Good guy.
Josh and PSF. This shirtless Kelce or whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In there.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
And to your point, Dante says, yeah, I see what you're saying. But is it enough to go through it another season? And that's something that Kelce will have to add. Travis Kelce would have to ask, and probably Jason too. But Travis, we were talking here, will have to ask because he'll be 35, I think, going into next year. So, yeah.
I don't think Jason Kelce comes back if Travis is retired. So, you know, I got to think that even though they're not saying some of this stuff on the podcast before they click record or after they click record, just like you and I will stick around in the green room for a little bit after the show, after we click in stream or before the show, somewhere in there off the books, they're talking about this. Whether it's or they might be smart enough to just wait and do it during a phone conversation, like when there's just two of them talking on the phone to where there's no other ears listening in. One way or another, the two brothers talking about this. I don't think that that Jason would have restructured the contract to where there's a potential opportunity for him to come back next year if Travis isn't already coming back, because Travis is more likely to retire on a whim because of the whole Tay-Tay situation. Not saying that he's going to stop playing because he's got that Tay-Tay money coming in or whatnot. He doesn't need to be in a relationship with Taylor Swift. He's already got enough money to be set for the rest of his life. He's already got enough things outside of football that he can go to, just like Jason. If the two of them or one of them come back this next season in 2024, it's for the love of the game and nothing else, because they've both accomplished enough that a fraction of NFL players in history are lucky to accomplish, or even be a part of one Super Bowl and not even win the game. Both of these brothers have been to multiple Super Bowls. Travis winning 2, Jason still appearing in 2 and winning 1. It's better to win 1 than none. It's good to be a Kelce and both Kelces if you're in this moment.
Yeah. Kudos to the Kelce family. And Jason, again, If this is it for you, I'm glad. I selfishly hope it's not, but I would understand if it is, because to go through the grind year after year, I know it gets tougher the older you get. So, but continue being the stellar guy that you are, man, because the league needs more people like you. It just does. Thank you, brother.
Total football talk.
Oh, yeah. Where my dogs at? It's time to award the grand champ of the divisional round. And with his dog of the week, it's Drew.
This one was tough. It really was. I feel like I've been leading off this segment with this one is tough for like the past 7 or 8 straight weeks.
Yeah.
You guys are a stone cold up in this unit.
What?
I said the word unit.
What?
Oh, I love the word unit.
What?
Throwing it back up here one more time.
What? What? Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I had to have a little fun right there.
Oh my
You know, Cole, I think I'm gonna have an AFC dog of the week and NFC dog of the week this week.
Okay.
If that's okay with you. And
Yeah,
hopefully I hope I don't pick one of yours with both of my picks.
Okay.
But I'm gonna go on a whim. I'm gonna go first with my AFC dog of the week, and I'm gonna say you have to give it to Lamar Jackson in that game for what he did in that game against the Texans. And, you know, of all teams, I didn't want him to do it against your team, but unfortunately he had to. I mean, the man was 16 to 22, 152 yards, 2 touchdowns. The 152 yards is not something to get excited about, but he threw for 2 touchdowns, didn't throw any interceptions. Okay.
Right.
On the ground, he had 11 carries, 100 yards, and 2 rushing touchdowns. So the man had 4 touchdowns on the day. Of all 34 points, you basically scored all 4 of the touchdowns, and you had 2 field goals from your kicker, Justin Tucker, on top of it to give you what you got to in that 34-10 mollywhopping on the Texans. Sorry to throw it out there, Cole, but it was slightly towards the end a molly motherfather and whopping when it comes to that. Now, AFC, that's my dog of the week because it's hard to not give it to him. Not excited about the 152 yards. I think that they do need to definitely grow on that this week, build on that, and prepare for a tough matchup this weekend, which we'll talk about that here more shortly. But for my NFC dog of the week, how can you not give it to Christian McCaffrey for what he did for the 49ers? 17 carries, 98 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground, along with 7 receptions for 30 yards in the air to help get this team to victory over the Packers. Because had it not been for Jordan Love turning the ball over 2 times in that field goal miscue by old Anders towards the end, you wouldn't have even been in that position because of Brock Purdy looking like a deer in the headlights and multiple points in that game. You have to give it to McCaffrey for carrying the 49ers to this point. You have to give it to Lamar Jackson. That's my NFC and AFC dogs of the week.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh gosh, LA Knight does not get old. Okay, yeah, and look, I can't hate on either pick. I really can't. Good job with the selection, because both are able, and both brought their teams to W's. Yeah, great performance by them both. Let's see. So, I agree. McCaffrey's good, but can't pick him. Lamar Jackson, definitely good, but can't pick him. But I wasn't going to pick either one of them anyway.
Yes.
For me, I'm actually going to go off the board. I'm going to say, for the reason that I've been wanting to have happen for the Chiefs to be the team that I think they can advance themselves further than I think they've ever gone. And yes, I know they've won Lombardi trophies. There's nothing further they can do. True in that aspect. But in terms of actually having more life, Isaiah Pacheco deserves to have this honor. 15 carries, 97 yards, a touchdown. I know you're saying to yourself, well, it's not really all that bad. I mean, heck, yeah, Josh Allen, who had 186 yards in the air and 72 yards on the ground the same game. Yes. But it is when those 97 yards were gained. And every time he ran, I felt as though just a little bit of life just kept seeping out of the Bills until the second down 4-yard run, which I think it was like 5 yards, I think, on that run that gave him the last first down in the game and the game clinching first down. His contribution was huge, and you take him off the table, the Chiefs don't advance. It's just that simple. They needed to have him be the battering ram for the Chiefs to advance and for the Bills to be on their heels and now to be on their way home. And you don't get the 146 yards on the ground without Pacheco grinding it for 97 of them. And his presence to the point actually got Clyde Edwards-Helaire, which, hey, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're still in the league. He bust off for a big run in the game. So his presence was huge. Isaiah, I hope you can do it again in Baltimore, my man. We'll talk about how well you'll do it in the next segment. But you, my friend, you deserve this Dog of the Week award because you're my grand champ for the divisional round. We'll be right back.
Coming up next, the featured attractions. This is Total Football Talk. Comey Media Incorporated, creating content magic in the real world.
Little right here. Look at the inside of these cakes. Now, when you bite into it, just as I demonstrated while you were talking at the beginning of your discussion right there, I could taste the drugs inside of this cake, Sick. I could taste the addiction within the cream filling of this cake right here, to where they not only us with that cake right there, but they made an ice cream out of it. They made an ice cream out of it. A 1-pint Christmas tree cake ice cream. Look at that little just smile up there. Look, she is up to no good on there. Look at that. Look at that smile on there, Sick. She knows that she got you. Got him is what's in her mind right now.
Acknowledge me.
Look at that little smile right there. She's up to no good.
D. Willie in the evening. Thursdays at 11:15 p.m. Eastern, 10:15 p.m. Central. Exclusively on Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, look. Hey, stop playing games. Y'all already know. Go ahead and toss him some Willie Bucks. Ain't nobody playing around. Hey, $sign D Willie 87. Go ahead and hit him up on the Cash App and go ahead and give him some Willie Bucks. Look at Drew looking stoic, ladies and gentlemen. Stoic on that $10 bill. So go ahead, slide my man over some Willie Bucks, and we good. That's all I'm saying. We good. Slide some Willie Bucks.
Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
If you're looking for a sports program that gives you the flavor.
Washington Commanders? Really?
This whole thing stinks to high heaven.
That pulls no punches.
Thuggish act by a thuggish actor.
That gives you some humor.
Praise everything LeBron does and never criticize it.
If you want a show that gives you good times, then this is that show. BS3 Network proudly presents.
I am Cole Johnson, and welcome to
Cole Sports with a Z. Every Friday on Patreon, and every Saturday on YouTube, Spreaker, and all other outlets.
Welcome back to Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham. I am Cole Johnson, and man, I really have enjoyed this. I didn't know if I was going to really enjoy this episode. I've enjoyed it more than I thought, which is great. It's always wonderful. And having Drew just simply get his smile on talking about units.
You got. I felt the same way when I've had to come on here for the first 18 episodes and talk about the Commanders. Okay, and having you up here to help me get through those moments. Okay, when I already historically every single day up until a week ago, every single episode we had, I had to do the Commander show the day before. So in less than 24 hours, I have to talk about that team twice. Okay, so you have to look at it, and then we would not only talk about it twice, I had to talk about it 3 times because we have to do the preview and the review. So we have to review the previous week and talk about
twice
it again
on this show. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So and you remember that one week we had, and I told you how I was so excited they were having a bye week, so I wouldn't have to talk about it.
Doesn't bother them. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that was my favorite episode during the season. Okay, that's my favorite episode. But now it's like every episode is my favorite episode because the tales of woe are over. We get to talk about fun stuff now, and it's going to be fun to decimate that team during the offseason and talk about their moves. But that is then. This is now. This is Total Football Talk. Welcome back, everyone.
Yes, it is. And I think it's time to showcase the games that I think we've been waiting to want to have happen. And we will see it this Sunday. Welcome to Featured Attractions. All right. So the AFC Championship game is on tap first, which is, of course, the Chiefs and the Ravens. Baltimore will be home to this game for the first time in 53 years and for the first time since the Ravens have become Baltimore's NFL team. The Ravens are favored by 3.5. Kickoff is at 3 p.m. All times are Eastern that we list. And, of course, it'll be broadcast on CBS on Sunday afternoon. Let's talk about the Chiefs first. You have mentioned it. Actually, this is their 6th straight AFC Championship appearance in a row. The record is 8, which was set by the Patriots the decade before, which is, of course, another rival, another playoff rival that the Ravens had to beat off time and time and time again. And actually, they have met up with the Patriots twice in their franchise in the AFC Championship games. And the thing about that was the Patriots had the experience, the overwhelming experience that those Ravens teams had to battle and eventually conquered when they met in 2012's AFC Championship game. So we fast forward 11 years. The Chiefs now are the team that is weathered every single storm and has seen every single thing that you could possibly throw at a team. Considering that the Ravens are climbing to where the Chiefs have been, is the Chiefs' playoff experience an advantage in this game? Is the sound an advantage to me? I don't know.
Okay. So I was saying, there we go again with that mic muted stuff. So when it comes to the playoff experience, and yes, there was a Tony Reale sighting in our show, as I did make a mistake and the numbers came back up. So yes, it is 6 straight AFC championships. I don't know where I got excited with the 7, but anyway, maybe it's because I like the number 7 better than 6. I don't know. But when it comes to this, of course, their playoff experience is an advantage because, you know, 6 straight AFC championships game, you know, it's not something to take lightly. You know, they were taking them lightly this past week, picking the Bills to win the game in this past week, and experience paid off then, because you look at the fact the Bills took way too much time off the clock in that fourth quarter, and the Chiefs exercised every bit of what was right in the world of game of football in that moment and won the game. And why? Because they'd been there several times before and knew what to do in that moment and didn't shy away from it. When it comes to their playoff experience and it being an advantage, they wouldn't be, you know, it's 6 straight AFC championship games now if it wasn't the case. So
Right.
I feel like it does play a severely positive advantage in this moment right here.
I 100% agree with you. I think, to me, if you break down this game, we could talk about how I think the Ravens need to box in Mahomes to where he can't have one of those scrambles that can debilitate a team. We could talk about the need to double and probably even triple team Kelsey, no matter where he is on the field. We can also talk about how Lamar Jackson needs to test the interior of the Chiefs defense with a couple of planned runs. But to me, the biggest strength that the Chiefs have going to this game is they are more experienced than the Ravens. Not even save for John Harbaugh, because Reed on the other side has more experience than John Harbaugh does. So, that to me, that is the Chiefs' greatest superpower, I think now, and I've learned this lesson last week, is the greatest superpower for against any team that they go against. And it looks like now it has to be a younger, stronger, hungrier team that just simply wants it more that can beat them. It's getting to that point now. Now, for the Ravens, I like the fact that you have a squad that seems to be team built. I mean, it's a squad that you can't really point to any other guy and say, oh, he is a big time difference maker. You can point to some. I mean, Marlon Humphrey, with hopefully he can play this week, and he wasn't able to play this past Saturday. He's one. Heck, I mean, Jadeveon Clowney, who seemed to have had a resurgence in his career, he's another. Mark Andrews, hopefully he can play. He's another. You can point to those and say, okay, well, you got some difference makers on the team, but that team rises and falls with number 8.
Yeah,
and it's been proven this year that as good as he is, if he plays a subpar game, the whole team plays a subpar game. So is it possible that someone can win this game besides Lamar Jackson?
Oh, absolutely. You talking about for the Ravens or in general?
Well, for the Ravens, you could go in general, and for the Ravens in particular.
For the Ravens in particular, I don't think anybody can win this game besides Lamar Jackson, because we've seen it in so many times throughout the season. I mean, unless he breaks off for a certain amount of yards, it's like they're not in the game. So,
right.
This team is built around him in his ability to run and extend plays with his legs, but also make smart decisions at the quarterback position. If you're going to throw a couple picks, it's over. Okay. Right. But also it still mind boggles me why he has to run as much as he does, because they've made moves over the past few off seasons to bring in offensive linemen to help block and give him more time back there. You look, one of them is a formerly known as the REDSKINS player, and being Morgan Moses, who went to New York Jets in 2021 and has been with the Ravens for the past 2 seasons. He's been a very vital piece over there on that offensive line, like a pillar, I would say, for the offensive line right now. That defense, Jadeveon Clowney has definitely, been a big impact for the Ravens defense. But, there's not really much when it comes to their style of play that really says to me, is there anything defensively that can really control the aspect of this game? No. However, I will say that this Ravens team, this Ravens defense is one of the best that they've had in years.
Yeah.
Probably as good of a defense that they've had since the last time they won it like 10 years ago when they had Joe Flacco. One of the better consistently playing defenses. Now, this is going to be a big test for Lamar Jackson this upcoming weekend, probably the biggest test that he's had, because he's got to go against a tough defense for one, but he's got to go up against the clout of the Kansas City Chiefs that we've seen for now a half a decade dominate the AFC. And if Lamar Jackson can't get past this Kansas City team, there's going to be several questions circling around this offseason that we've dealt with now for several off seasons about, can Lamar Jackson get it done in moments, in questionable moments, and in tough moments? In this opportunity right here is going to be the biggest test of his career. And I think that the only person that can get the Ravens over the hump, and to answer your question, is Lamar Jackson. Now, for the entirety of this game, I think that it's going to go through Patrick Mahomes, because if he plays the way that he did in this past game, and the Chiefs don't make mistakes, and Lamar has a tough time getting going on the other side with the running game, whether it's between Gus Edwards or himself or whoever, not being able to get the running game going, I think it's going to be a long game for Baltimore, and the Chiefs are going to go to another Super Bowl. But if the Ravens can get the game going and establish the run, it's going to be a back and forth shootout kind of contest, whether it's by scoring or by defense keeping the offense from scoring. You're going to have a shootout, whether it's offensively or defensively in this game. And that's if they can get things going and be consistent on both sides. We'll get to the predictions in a second, but I think that the overall game goes through Patrick Mahomes, because it has been. That's why they are now in 6 straight AFC championships. But the difference maker for the Ravens, and if they can get over the hump, it will have to be Lamar Jackson. It's the only way. It's what's gotten them this far this year and for many of the past consecutive seasons.
Yeah, I agree with you. And this is why I agree with you. The Chiefs are now constructed to where, and this is the scary part for me when it comes to the Chiefs, whether you want to have like the first to score 40 or the points come at a premium. It looks like the Chiefs can play whatever game you want and they could still beat you. That is, to me, is the scary part about the Chiefs now. And your point about the Ravens team defensively, oh my gosh, this is what, to me, what I love about the Ravens. They don't have that one guy that stands up, but they do play a collective 11, and they play assignment football on defense probably better than any team I have seen in the recent times. I mean, like 3-4 years. And to me, that is what gets them. They rush with 4, and the 4 can get at the QB and force the QB out of the pocket. You know, that to me is what I think is the gift of what the Ravens defensively are. That they're basically 11 that play like 1.
And they're playing with like retreads from other teams. Like when it comes to when you look at what they're with, like Kyle Van Noy, ex-Patriot. Yes, you look at Ronald Darby, who played with my former team in the Commanders and with the Eagles. You look at Jadeveon Clowney, who's bounced around between the Browns and and Texans, and where he started out at. Patrick Queen, I mean, he was drafted by this team, but you just got to look at all the pieces they've brought in over the past several off seasons. Okay. It's what's brought them to this point when we had several one and done playoff games with Lamar over the years, because they didn't have this type of support built around him, because you have to have support on both sides of the ball, not just one. If you're going to get, you can get far enough with subpar play from like the quarterback position, but you still have to have a well-established offense around that
Gotcha.
one piece. The defense, the other side is a little different. You have to have a good core chemistry between all 11 players and be clicking on all cylinders 85% of the time if you're going to advance even this far. So regardless of what happens this upcoming weekend, still good on them for getting this far, but their work is just beginning here on this Tuesday. They have a long week to go.
Dare say I think the Ravens I think the Ravens test is tougher with this game than it would be in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
And the reason I say that is well, they've already played the 49ers, and not saying that, well, heck, I mean, that's a regular season game. I mean, that's not a great barometer. They have a feel for the team. So they have a feel for the team. They've witnessed how they can be against them. So I don't think it would be like a wow. We don't know what we're coming up against. It'd be a little more like that with the Lions if the Lions would be in the Super Bowl and the Ravens advance. But neither one presents the test the Chiefs do for the Ravens, and I actually believe that we're going to see a really good test coming from the Ravens, and I think the game will be a little easier for the Chiefs than I think we all think it will be. So who do you have winning this game, sir?
It's really, really tough to pick because I feel like no matter what we pick, we're going to be wrong. Because I feel like the strength of this Ravens team, the defense, with what we've gotten from Lamar Jackson throughout the consistency of this season, the fact that the Super Bowl's in Baltimore, I feel like the stars are aligned similar to what it was for Brady in 2020 when the Buccaneers made the Super Bowl in their home field. I think that on that hand, but it's like on the other hand, I don't want to bet against the reigning defending champions, a team that, like we said, 6 straight AFC championship games, a team that could potentially make it to where they've now gone to 3 out of the last 4 Super Bowls. They win this game. And the way that this defense is playing for Kansas City, I feel like has a really good chance of containing Lamar Jackson, because if you can contain Josh Allen, then you can contain Lamar Jackson, especially given the fact that it's very similar as the running game is constructed through your quarterback. So if they can beat them on that approach, I feel like that they can beat the Ravens. However, the Ravens team, their defense is on a different level this year than in years past. That reminds me, like I said earlier, of that team that won the Super Bowl 10 years ago.
2012 team, yeah.
I think that the Tay Swifty Nation has had all the fun that they're going to have for this season, and it's time to put it to bed. And with the pieces they have over there on that Ravens defense, like Clowney, Van Noy, and others, they're going to shut them down. It's going to be a close game. Whether I'm right or I'm wrong, I'm picking the Ravens this upcoming weekend, and I'm going to say it's going to be a 34-31 game.
Oh, a high scoring game. Okay.
Yeah, they're going to give up some points. The Ravens, they're going to, in the moments where it matters the most, they're going to shut them down, but they're going to give up some points because this is Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and what we just saw this past weekend. Actually, I'll lower it a little bit. I'll say 31-27. I'll say Ravens win 31-27.
Okay. All right. I do love the Ravens. I do. And I am actually saying this 3 days removed from the team bouncing mine out the playoffs. Because what I got a chance to witness was a team without Marlon Humphrey on defense, a team without Mark Andrews on offense, still execute on both sides of the ball. And they are an AFC front runner for a reason. I mean, they were the team to fear and the team to beat for a reason. And I can't stress that enough. However, the Chiefs, and this goes with the experience. We saw them last week play with a team, like you said, constructed with the quarterback being the genesis of the running game. So you saw them beat the Bills. You saw them play with the Eagles this past year, but in the game that really mattered more, last year's Super Bowl, you saw them beat the Eagles. And what do the Eagles have? A quarterback that is the genesis of their running game. And it was even more so that way in Super Bowl 57 than it really was when they played in Arrowhead this past November. In fact, it was the Monday before Thanksgiving, actually, because they actually had DeAndre Swift. So I think they know how to play these types of teams on offense. And to me, the Chiefs defense has to step up, and they have to prove that they've learned those lessons of how they can corral a guy who is the launching pad for the running game, and how to stop it. You can't ever stop Lamar Jackson. Contain him. Force him enough to have to beat you with his arm. And I think the Chiefs had the experience to do it. And I think that is the difference. If the Chiefs didn't have that in their coffers, I would say, okay, the Ravens, I think they'll coast. I don't think so. I don't think the Chiefs will coast either. But I do think it's going to be one of those grind them out games. I actually think it's going to be a lower scoring game, but I actually picked the Chiefs to win it. And I do so because I just think the experience is too much, and not just the experience of being in the moment, but the experience of how the defense has handled running-oriented QBs. And yes, I will say this on air. The toughest of them all is Lamar Jackson. And if I were to say otherwise, I'd be lying to you. The toughest one to corral like that is Lamar Jackson, because the dude has speed and agility out the wazoo. And he has an arm. And now he has the brain to go with it, because he now knows his running is a weapon and he doesn't have to do it all the time. So you have that. However, I think the Chiefs know how to counter it all. So will this be easy? No. This will be a tough test for the Chiefs too. But I think they will. I think they will come into this game feeling as though, okay, we had one road playoff game. I know this will be the second one, and normally you don't see playoff teams win two, but we've seen it happen with experienced teams. For example, the 2020 Bucks. They won 3 playoff games just to have the Super Bowl in their home stadium. And it was on the road. One was in Landover, then one was in New Orleans, then one was in Green Bay, and then they had their Super Bowl in Tampa. So a team with that much experience has the ability to do it. And I say the Chiefs will win. I think the score is going to be like, it's almost close to 27-24, but I'm not going to pick that one. I'd say more along the lines of probably 24-21, 24-23, something along those lines. But we're going to see a good game, and we're going to see where both the offense and defense of both teams get their proper shine. But I'm not going to say you're off nor wrong about your Ravens pick either, because the Ravens, they're tough, and they're gonna bring a lot of grit. They're gonna bring a lot of fight, and they're actually gonna bring a lot of emotion, since this is their first ever AFC Championship game too. In this game, which that's something the Chiefs won't be bringing, because they won't have the home crowd. They'll have to be the road warriors in this case.
I just want to see the Ravens actually make it to the Super Bowl during the Lamar Jackson era. And, it's going to be tough to do it while the Chiefs are playing the way that they have been playing over this 6-year stretch. But this is the team that they need to beat in order to really well establish themselves as a threat in the AFC. The Bills really needed it this past weekend. If the Bills can't do it, the Ravens need to do it this weekend. If not, then we're going to see something that the Patriots, even though they went to several AFC championships throughout the entire tenure of the Brady Belichick era, I feel like this is something that's more special because of what Andy Reid had to endure getting fired from Philadelphia, going to Kansas City the next year. People were saying he should have taken a year off before he came back. In a similar aspect to Mick McCarthy, couldn't win the big one. Then comes in and rebuilds the entire culture of this Kansas City team that they had been trying to do for 20 years when they had brought in Joe Montana to do it. Didn't work for 20 years post Joe Montana. Then Andy Reid comes in. We see what we've got. I just feel like this is the biggest test for Lamar Jackson, and I feel like someone who could potentially become a 2-time NFL MVP soon. He needs to win this game this weekend, and with the pieces that they invested in over the past few years, and especially this past offseason, I think the time is now, and the Ravens get it done.
I can't argue one single syllable of what you just said. I agree. I think Lamar Jackson needs to win this game. And I can see how that would be a motivating factor that could push a team over the edge. I agree with you. I think he needs to win this game because I think he wants to shut up people who'd say the Ravens can't win a Super Bowl. They can't even go to a Super Bowl with that guy under center. So, yeah, I agree with you. And I actually think the Ravens will eventually. So that's how much respect I have for Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. I think they will. And Dante's spitting some gems in here. He says, "Look, man, Mahomes, yeah, and man, I'll say this, Dante, man, I respect your knowledge, bro. Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Allen, Tua, Burrow, and now hopefully Stroud will be the best playoff football ever. I'm just enjoying AFC football. I am too, man." And that's amazing. All of these quarterbacks that you just listed, all of them reside in AFC. All of them. And none of them are 30 yet. None of them. That's the scary part.
I want to get Dante on one of my shows one of these days. And I'm going to have to make it happen. But I just love having him here in the comments because it helps keeping the flow of the show going, which, I mean, we already have a great flow anyway. But, I mean, the stuff that he drops, his comments, absolute times. Gotta love it.
They are. He says, "Look, man, if Lamar gets it done and win the Super Bowl, we can have the quarterback showdown where we want it, but never got with Brady and Manning." Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. You're right about that. You're right about that. He says, "Look, the difference between Philly and Baltimore is Baltimore will stick with the run, which is true. They will. The Texans was getting to Lamar in the first half, which they did, 3 sacks in the first half. But those legs got tied in the third and fourth quarter. And that's why I keep stressing to teams, stick with the run, because those 1 or 2 yard gains that you get in the first quarter, they'll turn to 6 and 7 in the fourth.
I will say this. My prediction for the Ravens will not happen if they overly run with Lamar Jackson in this game like they did in the previous game and in several games throughout this year, because that overexposure was what hurt the Bills, and they couldn't beat the Chiefs. And now you're going to be playing the team in consecutive weeks that had just stopped the Bills in a very similar game plan. So when I think about that, if the Ravens here cannot establish this run with Gus Edwards and company, they will not win this game. So I will at least backtrack there.
I agree.
But we've seen enough in different games. Lamar Jackson can throw for 300 yards here, 400 yards there, when he takes the focus away from having to run so much. And I think that you got past this past game with that mindset. You will not get past the Chiefs playing that way. So I think we're going to have to see a more quarterback stylish play coming from Lamar Jackson rather than the hybrid style of play. That will be the only way, if they rely more on their defense and less on his legs. That will be the only way that my prediction will come into fruition. If that does not happen, the Chiefs will win and go to their 3rd Super Bowl in 4 seasons.
And my prediction is for a challenge to Lamar Jackson to do just that. Because I'm seeing this team rely too much on him being the hybrid QB, and a hybrid QB will not get the job done against the Chiefs defense this time around. It just won't. And you just said it. They're only, 2 days removed from having that happen. So, and they advanced. And unfortunately, I'm seeing the over-reliance on him doing that. Not Lamar. I'm just talking about the offense in general. An over-reliance of him doing that and not enough of him. Although, yes, I know he can throw over 300 yards in the pocket. Seen him do it. But the over-reliance on him running and not enough emphasis on him beating the team in the pocket. He can do it. I just think they're just over-relying on him running.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I picked the Chiefs, because of the point you just said. Outside of that, I think Lamar does have the ability to beat them in the pocket. Yes, I agree. And I think that is the only way they can beat them.
Because the Chiefs' identity is the reason why they've gone to 3 out of the past 4 Super Bowls, trying to make it now 4 out of the 5 if they win this game this weekend. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The Ravens' identity is the reason why they haven't been to a Super Bowl yet.
Correct.
Because they've overly relied on his ability to extend plays with his legs. And then when they get to too much of a momentum shift with that, the other team finds a way to stop it. So you have to figure that out this week within the next 72 hours. If you are Jim Harbaugh, you got literally 72 hours to figure it out before you're traveling. Well, not really traveling, before you're getting ready to host this upcoming playoff game. And you have a chance to continue to be hosting another playoff game 2 weeks from then. If you play well enough, I feel like you can do it. Just don't overly run with Lamar Jackson this weekend.
Yeah, I can't agree more on that. What's up, Bot Stocks? Good to see you, my man. He says, look, Allen had every chance to win in the end. He says, look, he mentioned the first down to KC-29. Look, I wanted to say this about Josh Allen. I think he has the ability to do a lot of things. The one thing that I think he seemingly does not have the ability to do, I think, is to actually have in his brain, yes, I know I'm 6'5". Yes, I know I'm 240. I can't really be a battering ram all the time. And I think he gets in that mindset of, I got to win this for my team, and I got to do this, instead of saying, well, let me play within the flow of the game, and we can beat this team. I could be a contributing part of it. Hence what we saw on the other side.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what we saw with Mahomes. He wasn't the guy, but he was a contributing factor, and he got the ball to the playmakers. That's the piece that I think is missing for Josh Allen.
I mean, very good point there with he had every chance to win at the end, but, he took too much time off the clock. He took way too much time off the clock. I still cannot say it enough. If you were the one that was up by a field goal in that moment, by all means, do what you
drain
did.
the clock, right?
But even if I was playing Madden or something, which I haven't played Madden in a long time, but even if I did, I wouldn't even do that with 10 minutes left in the game. One that kind of cheapens the fun of the playing of the game. But at the same time, I just feel like taking that much time is going to come back to bite you. And I was saying it there in that moment. It's like you were taking way too much time off the clock, because if you don't score here and you don't leave enough time on, and the Chiefs go down and score again, then you're not going to have enough time to answer, for one. So very good point. And also, was this guy the guest on Wise's show yesterday?
I'm not sure. That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Let us know in the comments if you did, because I still want to check out that book that you were talking about. Even though it's not done being composed yet, I still want to check it out. There's a chapter they were talking about on Wise's show yesterday about him addressing what we do with podcasting and ways to help us in improving our games out here when it comes to marketing strategies and stuff like that, which you and I have talked about off the air.
Yeah.
So if this is the guy that wrote that book or is writing that book, I definitely want to link up, one, to have you on one of my shows at some point down the road too, but I also want to read that book, because anything I can read to help, get ahead of the curve as much as possible out here in these streets because you know how tough it is out here. Definitely down to read any type of knowledge you can share with us out here.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, we'll drink that up. Yeah, so good discussion with the AFC Championship game. I think that's gonna be one where people are going to talk endlessly about probably in future years. And the 3.5 point fave part for the Ravens, that's a nod to the Chiefs. Because normally they say that now it used to be like if you favor a home team by 3, it basically is considered an even game. Now they say it's 1.5. I still go with 3 to basically say that we're thinking basically the Ravens are only a 0.5 point better at home against the Chiefs. Yeah, interesting.
Before we move to the NFC Championship, he brings up a good point. Dante does. Josh Allen, he's a playmaker receiver that Diggs dropped after that dime was the game.
Oh, it was
deflating. 5 or 6 minutes on the clock. And you know what? Diggs is due to make some money. And I think it's his last year of his contract. So in a similar way of talking about Joey Bosa earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if Diggs doesn't move this offseason.
Yeah.
And what would you think about him potentially? And this might be a little bit of a homer pick. I mean, I hope he doesn't make plays like he did in this past game for them. But, you know, Diggs is a fan or was a childhood fan of the Washington team and grew up not far from there. So what would you think about him potentially being traded to the Commanders, who do need someone to complement Terry McLaurin?
Yes.
They don't need him.
Terry McLaurin needs somebody.
He doesn't need to be the one, but he needs to be the one that complements the one. And I feel like that would take enough pressure off of Diggs. It was sure as blank take enough pressure off McLaurin and would help you out there tremendously on both sides of the offense right there on the left and the right wings of that. So I would say I wouldn't be surprised if, with what you're saying here, cost him his time with Josh Allen in Buffalo and he gets traded. My pick and the one that would make the most sense would be for him to go to Washington. But there's 30 other teams in the league outside of Buffalo and Washington that could need his services. So I just would say don't be surprised if he doesn't get traded this offseason. But we'll talk more about that after the Super Bowl and then when we have defined things to talk about.
Right. Let me answer it this way. I think it would be a good fit. And I think it would be a necessary fit. And I mean probably even for Stephon too. Because Stephon is a cool dude. I mean, he has a really good, genuine heart. So I think he wants to feel needed and he feels like he belongs there. You and I have been seeing for the last year, there's just something about not necessarily the city of Buffalo. There's something about that organization that Diggs does not like.
Well, I mean, I kind of have to agree with what Dante's saying here. He's been on a decline because statistically, he's been on a decline this year. He could even surface 600 receiving yards this year.
Well, yeah. He's on decline, but you got to remember this. He's 1 year removed from when Diggs and Allen were bros and almost everything was coming to him. So,
Josh Allen does seem like he can be petty at times. So, he might be a little bit petty with moving that ball in a different direction and extend it with his legs a little bit more. Yeah, I can see where you're going with that.
Yeah. So, or I should say 2 years. 2 years removed. Yeah, because it shot me last year when they said that, his number one target was Gabe Davis. I was like, Gabe Davis? Really? Not saying that Gabe Davis is bad. He was missed in Sunday's game. So that wasn't shade thrown in his direction. He was thoroughly missed in this game. But Gabe Davis was not last year was his number one target, and then Dawson Knox was his number 2 target.
If the Ravens can get as far as they did without Mark Andrews, I'm not buying that.
But still. But you make a really good point about Josh Allen and his pettiness. I think that's something to be said there. Dante says Sunday will change. Washington signing another big name. Sign me up.
Hey, not saying they're going to do that with all of their $80 million in cap room this offseason, but hey, they got some flux, and he doesn't have to come over there and be the guy. He can be a guy on a decline as long as he's good enough to bring you 600 to 700 receiving yards and be the 2 over there to the 1 in Washington. I'm okay with that. But if I'm going to sit up here, I can't really buy the whole Gabe Davis thing in being that much of an impact to it, because if that was the case, with Mark Andrews being out for the majority of this season with that injury that he had to get surgery for and is just not coming up this upcoming week, I don't think that they wouldn't have gotten this far if it was that big of a vital piece of an impact like in the Gabe Davis. If you're a good team, you're going to find a way to win with everybody around you and not make one person impacted that bad. I can't say that Stephon Diggs' lack of production this year, along with Gabe Davis not being there, is the reason why the Bills aren't playing this weekend. Part of it is the reason why their offensive coordinator, one of the worst quarterbacks of all time, the NFL, got fired. Yeah, he did okay with the U.
Again, though.
Yeah, I had to throw a little bit more shade there with old KD. But with the other KD will say the bad KD. So when it comes to the bad KD, we saw with that situation there. But we have to give it more on the lines of Sean McDermott needs to do better with the clock management for one, and Josh Allen needs to find ways to win games without always using his legs, because it's going to eventually bite you, and it could bite Lamar Jackson this weekend, but we'll find out.
But you proved my point, though, with what you said about one piece not being as big of a factor if it's a good team. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Because I agree with you. Good teams find a way to win. And I always say this to people. Whenever you hear fans talk about when their teams lose, and they say, well, if this guy wasn't hurt or this guy wasn't injured, we'd win that game. Miss with that. Injury is part of the game. You got to deal with it. My point to you about Gabe Davis with Josh Allen is his presence was missed, and maybe the Bills are not as good as we think because of that. But I agree with you. I 100% agree with you.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Let's take it to the NFC Championship.
But didn't. Right. 6:30 p.m. kickoff on Sunday early evening. Fox will host it. Fox will televise it. The 49ers will host it. They are favored by a touchdown and an extra point over the Detroit Lions. Now, what I do love about the Lions is that Dan Campbell has this team wanting to be rugged, tough, gritty, and just a bunch of raw dudes. Just saying that you can have fight, but we got more fight in us, and you cannot outfight us. You just can't outgrind us. You can't outdo us. You can't even put forth enough effort. That is the Lions' mantra, and you could see it really on every play, no matter if it's offense or defense. How can they keep the 49ers off balance?
Applying as much pressure as possible. I mean, Aiden Hutchinson led the way this year with QB pressures. I think he had like 101 or something like that, if I remember the stat that popped up the other day.
Yeah.
That makes a big difference when it comes to, your productivity from the other side when it comes to the quarterback play. Brock Purdy is still young enough, not quite seasoned enough to where if you pressure him, as much as you possibly can, he's going to make mistakes. Look at that 4 interception game that he threw earlier this season. It was all based on the pressures and what the other side of the ball was doing when it came to the defense and what they were applying to that 49ers team. If you can apply enough pressure and get ahead of the curve right there early on and set the tone. We saw it in different aspects when the Packers played the 49ers this past weekend. It was a lot of what they were doing on the defensive side for Green Bay that was keeping them in it, because we saw with what Jordan Love throwing those 2 interceptions in special teams with that missed field goal, had it not been for the Green Bay defense, they wouldn't have lost by only a field goal. So if you apply enough pressure and you play it the right way, which Detroit can be the little wild card of this playoff run, I think that if they do the right things when it comes to that, that's going to be the only way they can get this team off balance, because their 49ers defense you really can't set off balance because they've got a stud defense built over there that hasn't even played their full potential yet, because Chase Young hasn't been there a full year. Their other pieces haven't been there, but for so long as well. When they get to their full potential and play their full potential, they're going to be nasty if they can fully utilize their potential in these games. And we could see that happen this weekend, but I think it's more likely going to happen from the Detroit Lions side. The Detroit Lions side. And we've seen it throughout several times this year when they apply the pressure and they make the right moves. They come out on top in a lot of these games, and I feel like they have a really good chance of doing that. And the only way they can really keep the 49ers off balance by doing so this Sunday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the Packers put forth the blueprint as to how you can actually do that. And you could say the Ravens on Christmas did it too. But the reason why I point to the Packers is because you had Purdy rebound off of that bad performance, and he looked pretty good the rest of the way. And then he did not have the performance where it's like, oh gosh, no, man, like it was on Christmas this past Saturday. But if the Packers took advantage of a couple of those opportunities, it could have been. And it's quite possible the Lions defensively could, like you said, put enough pressure on Purdy to force him to make mistakes. Because even though, yes, this is his second year, but it's his fifth playoff game in his career already. This is still a guy in his second year. So you can still probably throw some things he hasn't seen still, because he only started for a year and a half of those 2 years. Now, on the 49ers side, correct me. Well, no, not correct me if I'm wrong. I'm gonna go in a direction, and I want you to see if you see what I'm seeing. Back in September and in October, I saw a team that played really loose, and then I saw them sort of tighten up when they had Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams go out, and they struggled, and they seem to have a rudderless ship type of feel about them. And then when Williams and Samuel came back, they went back on their winning ways until that 4 interception performance at Christmas night against the Ravens. And then I saw this team tighten up again Saturday. It seemed as though I did not think I was going to see this out of the 49ers. It seemed as if they were shrinking in the moment. Like the moment was getting too big for them, although this was a home playoff game, and this is something that much of the team has already done. They have been there. They have done that. They have won divisional games at home. Last year, they won a divisional round home game against the Cowboys. So this isn't a situation where the nucleus of this team hasn't undergone, but it seemed as though they were, even though last year's divisional round game was close, it seemed to be evenly matched. It seemed to be two teams that were just butting heads, and whichever team blinked was going to lose. That's what it felt like with that divisional round game with the Cowboys last year. The one I saw Saturday, it seemed to me like a team that just was too tentative, and possibly they actually looked ahead. Oh, we got this game. We're at home. The Packers are an inferior opponent. This should be like it's like shooting ducks in a barrel. This is no problem. And it seemed to get the better of them. Is it possible that this team can play looser this Sunday than they did this past Saturday?
I don't think so. I really don't think so. I mean, when you talk about how they were able to play loose the first 5 games of the season, they were playing the Steelers, who hadn't gotten off to any type of hot start yet,
right?
And they had Kenny Pickett, of course. You know, you talk about the Rams the following week, which was probably the closest game that they had in that first 5-game stretch, by only winning by a touchdown. And, you know, they hadn't even really scratched the surface yet with the Rams getting to where they were to get to the playoffs, okay? Then you play the Giants, the Cardinals, and the Cowboys, who were all three, by the end of the season, labeled as dumpster Pelican teams, especially after what the Cowboys did in Super Wild Card Weekend. So when I put all that in perspective and I think about that, yeah, of course you could play loose when you have those type of games on your schedule, and none of those are an elimination type game. This is an elimination scenario where, yeah, you're at home again. Congratulations. That's cool. You were this past weekend, and a team that wasn't even supposed to be in the playoffs, a 7 seed at that a few years ago wouldn't even be in the playoffs before this restructure, almost embarrassed you and almost became the first 7 seed to not only win the wild card round, but to knock off, to win the division, but to beat a division opponent that was ranked a number 1.
But to say and of course a first number 7 seed to knock off the number 1 and the number 2 seed.
And that too, because that would have been historic in itself. But you're only a field goal away from it. That was missed, along with those 2 interceptions that cost him. But when you think about all of that I just said, how can you come into this game and play a Lions team that literally has been biting off kneecaps and has been building this for the last 3 years to get to this point? If you are the 49ers, I cannot come into this game being too loose. At the same time, you can't be too uptight. You got to find a safe median in there, but it's kind of tough when you almost got embarrassed this past weekend and you have a real threat on your hands with the Lions coming to town this upcoming weekend.
Yeah. And if they were to play the exact same way against this team that's coming into town, that's an L. I'll say this right now. They put forth that performance Sunday that they did this past Saturday. It is literally
no.
I
was trying to compliment it, and we both clicked it at the exact
same
time. I was trying to do it, but that is why going forward, we just need to compliment ourselves on there. When it comes to that, I'll take this.
That's fine, man. But that's what I found troubling about the 49ers. I'm like, this team that I did not see that 42-19 team that went to South Philly and just punked the Eagles. I didn't see that 42-10 team that when the Cowboys came to town, they said, you just can't hang. I didn't see that Saturday. And that troubles me. And I'm not a 49ers fan, just a fan in general of the sport. That troubles me. Because you got a home game against a team that is much more talented than and I'm not saying the Packers aren't talented at all. They're talented. But to me, the Lions are much more talented in an array of ways. And they're hungrier because they've been building for this moment. And they're determined. That to me, or that to me are 3 different reasons as to why I could see the 49ers just screw the pooch in this game. Now, will they? I don't know. But who do you have representing the National Football Conference in Super Bowl 58?
I wanted to pick the Chiefs in this past one, but I went with the Ravens based on the facts that I threw out there. I really want to see the 49ers take the... However, you know, and against this challenge of the Lions, I really think that this is the best chance for the 49ers to lose the game in the playoffs without a serious injury taking place like last year. Last year, the 49ers were destined to get to the Super Bowl. They got hurt with Brock Purdy. Didn't work out. This year, unless something crazy happens in the NFC Championship game, which I'm not going for that. I don't wish any ill will on anybody. I don't want to see any of that happen. I think it's going to be a close game, but I think the 49ers pull this one out. I think that against my window, I can't stand the rain starts playing because that's how I feel when the 49ers are having success, because I'm literally against my window. I cannot stand the mother, father, and rain, as that's what's going to happen, because we're going to hear all the singing and all the people come out from the woodworks, the closeted 49er fans that you don't hear from, and then the ones that you hear from them way too much. Yes.
It's my window.
Yes. I'm about to go against this window right here. I'm pointing at it. I'm about to literally put my face against the window, even though it's clear as day out. It's kind of cloudy a little bit, but I'm about to literally put my head against the window. The neighbors are going to think I'm on crack or something and act like
Lord.
I cannot stand the rain, because I can't stand it when the 49ers fans have now become the Cowboys fans, because they are, how about the 40 Snowman? I'm not going to let you live that down. I know you have some tough things going on that you are battling, but you can control what comes out of your mouth. You can, and you know it, and I know it. And when I saw you say, how about the 49ers, all I could think about was,
hell to the no, to the no, no, no. Hell no, to the no.
Saying, how about those 49ers? You deserve to take the... Or you could just, when it comes to that comment, you could...
Delete!
But will you? I don't...
Hell to the no.
So, I don't think so. I don't hell to the no so. I say right here, throughout this long-winded speech that I've given, the 49ers will win, but because their fanhood is becoming this. That's what you're going to start doing next week if they don't win.
Ain't nobody calling me, texting me, paging me, asking me, are you still not a gang?
What?
So, with that being said, I don't want to pick the 49ers to win.
Obviously.
But yes. But I think that they do, and I think it's going to be a lower scoring contest. I think they win 17-13.
Oh, wow. Real low scoring. Okay.
I think that even though Jared Goff has had a pretty good run this playoffs, the 49ers defense is going to get under the skin of the Lions to where they're going to have a hard time establishing some things. They have had some hard times establishing the run at different points this year.
I think
I like Jahmyr Gibbs, and I like what he was able to pull off this past weekend, but I think that they're going to have a hard time establishing the run in this game, and the 49ers are going to have some hard times too, which is why they'll only be able to get 17 points up. I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong here, but I think that this is, in my best way, in my best mind frame, thinking that this is what's probably going to happen this Sunday.
Well, you took the reason why I'm picking the 49ers too, and it is because I think the Lions cannot establish the run well enough. And if they were able to do that, I would pick the Lions. But and I say this with all the love I have for Jahmyr Gibbs and even for David Montgomery. If you can't really get it going against the Rams, and you barely could get it going against the Bucks, I don't know if you can get it going against the 49ers. And I think that would force Jared Goff in a lot of third and longs, a lot of second and longs, and a lot of situations where he's going to be running for his life out the pocket. And that is when the 49ers defense has you. Because they'll run, they're not like the Ravens. They'll rush 4, sometimes they'll blitz, and sometimes it may be like once in a blue moon. But they could get really good pressure with 4. And I think that's the key to the game. Can the Lions establish a running game? And I don't think they can. And I could see that. I could see it being like 20 to 20-14, 20-16, 20-17, or 20 or 21-17. I could see that. But yeah, I picked the 49ers. I think they'll go on. Yeah, and that would mean for me, you'll be seeing a rematch of the of Super Bowl from I think 4 years back with the 5 years back. I'm sorry, with the 49ers and the Chiefs. But yes, I see it being them. Dante says, congratulations to San Francisco getting a scrimmage before the Super Bowl. Lions blah blah, whatever. The Lions are destined to lose. Yeah. He also says, I think it was more the talking about why the 49ers played tight. He said, I think it was more the bye that they just had to play. They had just had to play fun offense and mean defense. I never thought they were going to lose last week, but a sleeping giant woke up. Well, Niner gang, better hope that happened, bro. I'll put it that way. He says all the Lions had to do is what we did, hurt the QB. Talk about last year's NFC Championship game. And Dante, if you don't know, he is an Eagles fan. He says, be the bad boy Lions and let the hate flow. I'm sorry. Let me channel on Palpatine. Be the bad boy Lions and let the hate flow through you. He says the whole offseason dealing with a 49ers fan. Oh my God, play dirty.
Bruh!
Stop it. Get some help.
That's what I want to be saying to like a bunch of these people out here. Like I literally want to say that along with
That's terrible.
because that's how I have felt. And you know who you are, some of you out there, taking it far and beyond that. We gotta pause that. We got to pause that unit. I promise you, it will do the world so much good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would.
Oh my gosh. And Dante says, why so low? 35-10 49ers. And it's because I don't want to disrespect the Lions. I think that, and I get you're probably saying, well, they come this far just to come this far. And they're the Cinderella team, and Cinderella had to have 12 o'clock happen. And 12 o'clock is going to happen on Levi's Stadium, Sunday afternoon. I get that, Dante. But I don't think the 49ers is going to rout the Lions. I don't.
35-10 kind of is.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to rout the Lions. But I do think they're going to win, and I think it's going to be a close, low-scoring game. Because to me, it's which team can establish the run. The Lions, I think, will have a hard time establishing the run with the 49ers. I think the 49ers have an easier time establishing the run with the Lions.
So you're a similar mindset as me. Like, do you think it's gonna be like 17-13-ish game, or are you gonna score a little bit more than that?
Probably a little higher, but not much higher. I'd say like I could see like 2017, 21-17, 23-17, 23-20. I see it around there. I see it around that neighborhood.
Okay. I just think that the Lions are going to be popping them in the mouth a little bit more than what the 49ers are expected or have endured this year.
I can see that.
When you have been at the bottom of the league for so long, and they've got some players on that team that were still they've experienced that.
That's
okay.
Right.
And you have got that grit inside of you and that fire. The 49ers haven't felt that for a few years now. It's been a while since they've been.
They haven't been that, and they haven't seen a team like that. I agree.
Since they went to the Super Bowl when Jim Harbaugh was there, they have been consistently a relatively good team since then, and have had successful seasons along the way. A few bad ones here and there, just because they didn't get as far as they had anticipated for that year, but many of these years they've met and exceeded expectations. So when you are on the other side of that, a team that has been literally beat down and beat down and beat down, eventually you're going to find a way to bite back. And I don't think that this story is completely over as far as it. Yeah, it may end once the game is over, but they're going to give the 49ers one great run for their money this upcoming weekend. I look forward to seeing it.
I agree. I don't think the Lions story is over. I just think their season will be, but I don't think their story is over because I think the 49ers will be given something to think about after Sunday. I really believe that. And I love the fact you honed in on the desperation and hunger of we were the league's punching bags, but we're no longer a punching bag. And now we got proof because we have 2 home playoff victories to get to this point to show you we're not punching bags. And we think we have 2 more to go, and we're going to do our best to have you be the next punching bag, and we're gonna gnaw at your kneecap and take them out. So yeah, I get that. I agree with you there. Unfortunately, I just think the 49ers are just a little too talented for them, and they can't overcome it.
Hey, just like the Arlington team at one point for the Lions, it was desperado, and now it is not at that point. And you know exactly what I'm talking about because we both sang that song last week. We both proved we shouldn't quit our day jobs, but we both sang the song last week. That's why I had to bring up Desperado. Even though I hate country music, that song is awesome.
Well, yeah, that song is awesome. So is the Eagles. And both the team and the group. Mick picked the Chiefs. He actually went Chiefs and Lions in his pick. So thank you, Nick, for the pick. And Dante, I know he chose 49ers. He chose was it Ravens for the other one? I think he chose the Ravens. But yeah, he says, look, it's sad. Being the team of an NFC team, it's sad. But the truth is the NFC was weak this year. It was the easier path to the Super Bowl.
Facts.
Yeah, it was. It was this year. It's unfortunate, but yeah. Because the 49ers, yeah, they when they are focused, and I think that's the problem I have with the team. When they are focused, they were this year the class of the conference. It's just that we've caught them slipping a few times, and that's my issue with them. Dante says, look, the Lions can win, but they have to take care of the ball. I agree. And create turnovers. That part, I think, they're going to have a difficult time doing too. But Jared Goff, this is a big moment for his career for 2 reasons. One, he has played the 49ers often because he was a member of the Rams before he got traded. And 2, that's home territory for him because he went to school not too far from us, University of California. So yeah, this is a homecoming game for him. Yeah. So yeah, it's huge. It's a big moment and huge moment for him too.
Even though it stands for Jeff, I gotta make up one thing because we've seen many situations in the past, except for this year, he's kind of honed into the right position there for the Detroit Lions.
Mm-hmm.
But here in this comment, he has acted like a Jared Goff in the past few years, leading up to that trade from the Rams to that. So when you spell it, and I'm sitting over here trying to keep my composure. You're talking, bringing this up, and I'm thinking to myself, Jared Goff. Yeah, it's exactly how he's played up until he has had the success. And so when you look at that situation right there, thank you, Dante, for helping us G off the rails. There it is.
I was trying to let it slide. I'm like, yes, I know. I know his last name is not spelled with an E, and I'm not going to pronounce it G-off. I'll pronounce it golf. But of course, you had to eagle eye it and just dissect it. He says, "My bad." But
I'm cool. I'm cool with it. I thought it was funny. I was trying to find a way to put a spin on it because he has played like a G-off up until this year. So kudos to that and for your misspelling there because I loved it. I had to find a way to throw it out there.
Delete! 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 Delete!
Oh my God.
Did we both do it? Yeah, we did. Oh, that was great.
Oh my gosh, this is a great way to actually end a wonderful. Probably this is my favorite featured attractions segment of the year. Oh my God.
We still have one more segment to go after commercial break. We've got the chopping block and we got the snowflake of the week. Guys, stay tuned because you thought this was great. We got a little bit more to bring you before we wrap this on up.
Yes, we do.
Next, the chopping block and snowflake of the week. This is Total Football Talk. Join Ryan McCarthy.
I became a Jets fan because Kermit the Frog was my favorite Muppet because he was green, and the Jets wore green. That's how I became a Jets fan.
And Dustin Henry.
ESPN is cashing all in on let's pay a few personalities and we'll just kind of fill in the gaps.
As they walk you through all of the world of sports from their perspective.
The Albany Empire, it's a literal circus.
No credentials required. Where, Ryan, say the tag.
Where you don't need a press pass to talk sports.
Every Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. On YouTube and where you can find all podcasts. This is a BS3 Network presentation.
I want to do a TED Talk, but I don't have anything to talk about yet. I'm getting there.
Life is for the living. We're not here that long.
You can learn anything you want to learn without any money spent.
What do I really enjoy? What do I really want out of life?
I am your host, WIZE.
Are you in a life-holding pattern? Well, this is for you. Welcome to the Stuck in My Mind podcast. Live every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 4 p.m. Central. Football, and more football, you say? Well, tune in to Total Football Talk. Join your hosts, Drew Willingham.
You were playing like a dumpster Pelican quarterback.
And Cole Johnson.
It sets up a possible play action. Did you hear that, Dak Prescott?
As they take you through all the paces, both on the field and in the boardroom, of Total Football Talk. Every Tuesday at
9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central.
Exclusively on the Sertoba Media and the Comey Media Incorporated YouTube channel.
Rounding third, coming back to home. Welcome back to Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham. I am Cole Johnson. Man, it is great to see how everybody's responding on the chat here and in PSF's app. It is great to have you all here. And what's also great is the news that's coming down. I think it's time we put some individuals and subject matter on. Now, one of the participants in the NFC Championship game that actually would matter would be one wide receiver, Deebo Samuel. Well, they didn't know quite then in terms of, but they do, however, know there's a chance he will play. Now, given that Samuel has missed 2 games in the bye week earlier this year with a microfracture in his left shoulder, the Niners have some relatively good news about the injury that he suffered because it was not broken. In fact, Kyle Shanahan, the head coach of the team, had this to say about the injury. Quote, "It wasn't broken, so that was a real good sign, but it's still hurting too much for us to really have an idea how he will heal up this week. So we've just got to be patient, see how he feels on Wednesday, and based on if it's improving, it will give us a better idea whether he has a chance for the game or not." Close quote. Now, my question to you is Deebo Samuel's shoulder not being fractured a good or a bad sign for the Lions?
Honestly, I don't think it really is going to affect the Lions too much. Definitely good for the 49ers that he's back. Gives Brock Purdy an extra weapon. For the Lions, I don't think whether Deebo is in the game or not is going to change their overall game plan heading into this weekend. They've got to apply the pressure to Brock Purdy. If they apply the right amount of pressure, you could see another 4 interception game. and see this go in the way of the Lions. So, yeah, you have Debo out there that can be a decoy in certain aspects. I think this speaks more volumes on the training staff and how great of a job they did acknowledging this and getting him out of that game this past weekend, because had he played a few more snaps, it could have been just one snap too many to where he didn't even have the opportunity to come into this weekend. So definitely great on the medical staff for doing a great job getting him out of there, getting a look at him and doing what they did so that way he has the opportunity to come into this week. But for the Lions, I don't think that this changes any way they prepare for this game. They've got another 72 plus hours, just like the Ravens, just like the Ravens, to prepare for a very tough Chiefs team. And in this case, the Lions have a very similar way with dealing with the 49ers team when it comes to their preparation.
Yeah, I agree. I think if this was Christian McCaffrey, I'd probably say this is an alarm for the 49ers and possibly a good sign for the Lions. But although, he does factor in a little, more so probably for the psyche of Purdy than anything. I don't think it's going to be as big of a piece as it probably was maybe last year or even when Garoppolo was the quarterback of the 49ers. But I agree with you on your assessment. I don't think it'll matter because you got McCaffrey on the team.
The same Garoppolo that's about to be the starting quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons?
The same Garoppolo that will start for yet another team after his stint with the 49ers. Yes. One in the same.
But no, that could happen. It probably won't happen. I was just joking. But no, good question. But like you said, if that definitely happened with McCaffrey, they wouldn't even be in this game, let alone had that happened at the same time the Debo injury happened last week, because McCaffrey is one of the driving forces of why they're even here in the championship game 2 years in a row, let alone, that trade there. They didn't make that trade with Carolina. The 49ers would not be the team that they are. They still be making the playoffs, but they wouldn't be as great of a team as they are without him. McCaffrey has definitely paid dividends in full and beyond.
Mm-hmm. And I might agree with that, Dante. He says, I'll set him out. The 49ers need him in the Super Bowl. All hands on deck, whether it is the Ravens or the Chiefs they face. Yes, I agree with you, man. I think they probably do need to sit Debo in the NFC Championship game.
You got to get there first. Debo, if you sit him out completely, you can't even guarantee that you'll make it to the Super Bowl.
Well, that's
because
true.
You can't make those plays with Brandon Ayuk and others without him being out there. He can be a decoy, and you don't even have to throw the ball in his direction that much. He doesn't have to take shots. You just need him out there to be a decoy in certain aspects. So, I agree, but somewhat disagree with that one. But still a good one to throw out there, Dante. I just don't agree with having to sit him because
all the way out.
If you sit him out all the way, you might not even make the Super Bowl.
I have a point there.
Hey, who's giving them the business?
Well, a team that we know is not going to make the Super Bowl and probably not for the foreseeable future will be the New England Patriots, because now they're preparing to back up the Brinks truck under new head coach Jared Mayo in hopes of returning the franchise to their former glory and prominence. Now, Mayo, the new head coach of the Patriots, replacing the 24-year staple that was Bill Belichick, who's now taking over for the hoodie. He had this to say about what the team is going to do in the future. Quote, we're bringing in talent 1,000%. We have a lot of cap space and some cash. We're ready to burn some cash. Close quote. Gotta get your money, gotta get some cash fast. Gotta need some money, I'm sorry, my bad. Decorum, Cole. Professionalism, Cole. All right. My question to you, sir, is how will the Patriots' philosophy change in terms of acquiring players?
When I read this question in the slate last night, I actually went and did a little bit more deeper research on Gerard Mayo a little bit. Of course, We've seen the press conference of him coming into this team, you know, and now they've got the general manager's thing set up. They're not going to have like the Bill Belichick situation where he was the general manager and the head coach drafting the players.
Mm-hmm.
But there will be a lot of emphasis from the head coach, being Gerard Mayo, on who they bring in and who they don't bring in. When I listened to his press conference, I'm not trying to take this into a political stance because that's just not who I am when it comes to talking sports and talking football on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
But I am going to put a spin on it here because when you're listening to his press conference, I literally thought I was watching a conference that was led by the leader of Woke Nation. Because talking about diversity and inclusion, all that, that's great. That's great when you're talking about the real world, okay? When we're out here in the real world and everything outside of sport, yes. But the entire game of football has supposed to have been diversity and inclusion since, you know, integration back in the day, the 60s, and how the game of football has evolved over decades, right? In sports in general. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot sit up here and be talking about diversity and inclusion in 2024 because unless you've been sleeping under a rock for the past 60 some years, there has been an evolution in diversity and inclusion over the decades. And there have been improvements. There has been some regression in some ways. But in the game of football, you cannot be seeing color when you're drafting and when you're signing free agents. You need to look at talent. Okay. So the one thing, if you want to sit up here and people who are woke and part of Woke Nation want to talk about being triggered, I guess there's like a 0.7% chance of me being somewhat woke because I was triggered in watching that freaking press conference. Because you're going to sit up here and you're going to talk about diversity and inclusion. If you're going to go into this offseason, when it comes to your philosophy in acquiring players, if you go into this offseason with that type of philosophy, this team is going to be worse than 4-13 next year. Because when it comes to the game of football, when it comes to the way of life, I don't see anybody as color. I see them as individuals. I see them as the people that they are. Just like you and I, Cole Johnson, you're my brother. We sit up here, we talk about football. We've talked about other sports and other shows. There has never been one discussion or any type of thought about anybody's background or, you know, hair, whatever, when it comes to us sitting up here and talk about the things that we genuinely and mutually love and respect when it comes to the game of sports. Right. So when you're taking a head coaching position, whether it's football, if you're running a marketing business, if you're running any type of business, if you're the head honcho, you cannot see color or anything when you're making business decisions. So when it comes to the philosophy, when it comes to acquiring players, if that's going to be what he sees when he's out there making these moves or enticing his general managers and motivating them to make the moves, he needs to do it based on talent, core play, and not color. And that's where I'm going to throw that out there for this answer for this question right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did peek that that Mayo actually said something along those lines. I'm thinking, that really will not go well with how most of NFL fan is. Because they think just similar like you. It's like, well, we don't care what the person looks like, just as long as he performs. That's all we care about. So yeah, I did wince a bit when I saw that, but I was like, okay, well, I'll see where this goes, and hopefully it won't be where we wince further. Dante says you'll have a GM being a GMZ. Oh God, Dante, you come with some GMC. He says, look, do you guys think Brock Purdy gets too much hate? Yes.
See, the crazy thing is, you know, he is the same age as me. He's 37. We're millennials, even though I don't like to claim that because, you know, millennials and the things that they've been had shade thrown on. But nowadays, I'd rather be labeled as a millennial than Gen Z. Like Gen Z is like practically brain dead in certain aspects of the decisions they're going to be making. And it's all this woke nation stuff. So when I listen to him, it's like he's kind of transitioned from millennial to Gen Z. I don't know, or has been inspired by Gen Z. Maybe the 4 years working for that company. I don't know. In some aspects of the world, I get what he's saying, and I'm not trying to like bury the guy, okay, or cancel him or anything. That is not in any way, shape, or form what I'm trying to say when it comes to that. What I am saying when it comes to your decision making, your philosophy, your acquisition of players, you cannot go into it with diversity and inclusion. You need to go into it as who is the best piece to fill this 53-man roster. And when it comes to certain positions where you can only put 2 and 3 in that position as first, second, and third string, who is my 1, who is my 2, and who is my 3? I don't care what you look like. I don't care what you sound like. I don't even care what you smell like. As long as you play the game the way it's supposed to be played and you listen to what the head honchos are saying and the message they're delivering, whether it's football, whether it's any type of way of life, I don't care what you look like. And that should be what his overall message is, and not this whole diversity and inclusion part. That's why I had to kind of throw that out there with this answer. When I saw your question here, I had to find a way to throw this spin in there because I don't feel like it's being spoke of enough since that press conference.
Yeah. Yeah. Dante says, look, so with quarterbacks, 2 quarterbacks. So Justin Fields, Colin Murray, Russell Wilson. There will be options if you get a vet, if you draft Marvin Harrison Jr. or Neighbors. There's a lot of dominoes of which needs to fall before you make a decision. Well, you're right about that. And we'll see. We'll see where they do go, because it'd be interesting what lane the Patriots decide to drive down in order to start the rebuilding of life after the hoodie. We'll see where it goes.
Hey. Who's giving them the business?
Well, life after the hoodie might be also life after Sean McDermott and Josh Allen. Well, the reason why I'm saying this, Josh Allen expressed confidence in what's ahead for the Bills after the team ended their season on a familiar, sorry note, falling short of an AFC title appearance and a Super Bowl appearance again this past Sunday. Now, of course, the Bills battled back from a 6-6 record and 11th seed to win the AFC East and be the number 2 seed and put together a 6-game winning streak along the way. But their season came to a screeching halt against the defending champs with another wide right miss. But the 27-year-old feels emboldened, because he said about the team's fortunes, quote, "I believe in what we've got going on here and the people that are in charge. I believe in myself, and that will never change." Close quote. Now, my question to you is, how can this be true when the Bills locker room has been chaotic for the past 12 months?
That's a really good question, because they haven't just been chaotic. They have been an absolute dumpster fire. Yes, they have been. They have been an absolute, I got to do it one more time. They have been an absolute dumpster fire, bruh. Absolute dumpster fire, which is why they fired one of the worst quarterbacks that ever became a coach in the NFL, being Kenneth Dorsey.
Acknowledge me.
Yes, acknowledge my shade when it comes to that. He was ever so...
Delete!
Even though he wasn't affiliated with this team anymore, I'm going to blame them for this that they took last weekend.
Let me talk to you.
You're blaming Dorsey for this Sunday's L? Really?
I mean, I'm gonna, even though some people are probably saying,
hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, to the no.
When it comes to this past weekend, old KD, the survey said Because your coaching style is absolutely...
That's terrible.
What?
That's what probably some of y'all are saying, and I'll say it again.
What?
He's the reason why they lost this past weekend.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not many people. Not many people can hear the words.
Yeah.
Then some time goes on, and they still linger around like a dingleberry in the dark and cause you loss in the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when it comes to how can this be true when the Bills locker room has been chaotic this past year, I don't know how any other way I could put it, especially when you hear the quotes, Dingleberry in the dark. I rest my case.
Oh my gosh. There is something wrong with you. Oh my gosh. Dingleberry after blaming a guy who has not been coaching on this team for the last 2 months. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. But honestly, what I thought and when I saw this article and read it, I actually thought this for real.
That was a lie.
Yes.
I'm like, no. You're selling a bill of goods that you think that we're supposed to buy. No, I don't think so, Mr. Allen. No. I mean, we've had to deal with many times Stephon Diggs having issues with you, and that's just with him. That's just with him. I mean, there's been other stuff too. Of course, the Von Miller stuff off field. Sean McDermott basically saying that you all should play like terrorists that took down 9/11 towers. That's a team. I mean, we've heard so many other things besides the Ken Dorsey firing that just makes me think, wow, this team is about to go in a place I don't think they want to head. And with all of that, Mr. Allen, you say that this team is going in a direction that you believe in, sir.
That was a lie.
Hey, you need to say that again, sir.
That was a lie.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll derail this if I keep going. Goodness gracious.
Total Football Talk.
Oh, I know you saw so much snow, but this is the snowflake of the week.
This guy's tenure, he definitely caught enough negative waves when he was with a former team. And now I'm going to give him a little bit more of negative waves as he has moved to a different team for this season. And was actually a positive spark for this team and part of the reason why they got to where they're at this season. Well, at least until they were eliminated this past weekend. A team that Cole knows very, very well, the Houston Texans. I want to give it to their entire running back core for this week, but I'm not going to do that because I feel like that would be a little bit too mean to my man's team. So I'm going to give it to one person, and one person that deserves this brunt of the negativity. One person that's deserved the brunt of the negativity for the years that he was with when he was in Buffalo. I got to give it to Devin Singletary. Devin Singletary is my snowflake of the week. And why? Because on 9 carries, he only had 22 yards established in that game this weekend, averaging 2.4 yards per carry. Now, you know what? People are somebody out there going to say, well, Drew, he had 5 receptions for 48 yards. Well, congratulations, Devin Singletary. But the last time I checked, that's not your primary job, bruh. So when you can't establish the run, which, Cole, you and I have talked about this on several different occasions, in this episode especially, but throughout the entirety of all 21 episodes that we've had of this show since we started this to start this year out. If you can't establish the run, you're in trouble. If you establish the run with your quarterback, and that's the only runner that you got, you're going to be in trouble at some point. You're going to get exposed. But in this situation right here, you couldn't even get CJ Stroud moving. The pressure was definitely there, especially when he's in the pocket and he's making passes while still in the pocket to not a near receiver and getting intentional grounding calls. A lot of that has to go with the inability to establish the run, the inability to have a play action because you can't establish the run, something that you talk about with Dak Prescott in our commercial that we have on a weekly basis. And that came into fruition this year for another Texas team, and it's all because of the fault of Devin Singletary. He did okay throughout the majority of this year, but you guys, in similar aspects to other teams, need another two. You need a 1-2 punch right there for your running back core. I think that you built a pretty solid team for this year. But if you're going to make any type of case to progress, whether it's in the draft or free agency or via trade, if you have to, you need to get either a solid number 1 running back or a 2 that's just as good as Devin Singletary, not worse, because you can't afford any worse than Devin Singletary at his worst. But when it comes to this situation right here, you need to have a solid 1-2 running game. I think that's what hurts you in this past game, the inability to get the run off, the inexperience by some as well. But Devin Singletary's been in this league long enough in 5 seasons, 5 consecutive years with the Bills and 4 in this one in Texas and with the Texans. He's been to the playoffs every single year. Okay, so he has the experience. You can't label it as inexperience for him for what he's been through. It's one, the team around him is good, but they need to be able to establish a few more solid pieces around him. I think a secondary running back, whether it's the secondary himself or an actual one, will help the production of not only this Houston Texans team, but potentially could help improve the numbers for Devin Singletary as well, because he might get some other looks that he wouldn't have had if he didn't have that 1-2 punch. But because of all that, I don't want to put the blame on the Texans at all here. This is something that we've seen consistently from Devin Singletary in those 4 years with Buffalo. So because of that, and I think about the hype that they had all season long, especially going into this run, I have to give my snowflake of the week to Devin Singletary.
Yeah, and he would have flashes of promise. and when I saw him on the Texans, I was like, okay, so you'll give maybe 3-4 good games, but you're going to be disappointed for the most part. And I have been true to form. It's like he'll have games like he gained 150 yards against the Bengals, and then he'll gain 22 against the Ravens. I mean, it's just like, okay, yeah. And thank you for being a non-Texans fan. You nailed exactly how I feel. One of the things in all season they need to get is either a solid number 1 or someone equal to the level of Devin Singletary in the backfield. I 100% agree. That's a must for them. So thank you for voicing it without me actually having to say a syllable about it. Thank you, sir.
I try to help you celebrate the wins, like giving you CJ Stroud when he deserves to be our, dog of the week. But when it comes to the snowflakes, if I have to take it up for you, I will. That's what a friend does. So you can actually talk about a snowflake that you want to talk about that it doesn't have to deal with your team.
And I appreciate that. That's exactly what I'm about to do too. Man, and our brother Wise at Hefe, my mentality brother. What is up, man? I hope everything's good with you. Many prayers to you. You know what's about, brother. He says, look, his snowflake of the week is Tyler Bass, the Buffalo Bills kicker. Well, you are driving down the right neighborhood, my friend, because I would put it in Tyler Bass's leg, but that's just one of the things that makes me want to award this one. Tyler Bass's missed kick, which went wide right. And my man Ramon Garrett, who is one of the most ardent Bills supporters that I know, who every January the 2nd always shows me the Buffalo Bills comeback of the Houston Oilers. I said I had a wonderful time saying, we need to lift our brother up in prayer because he heard the two words a Buffalo Bills fan doesn't ever want to hear: wide right. That made me feel good. But I'm not awarding it to him. That's my brother. And his birthday actually, I think, is coming up. So happy birthday to come, my man. Tyler Bass's leg. That fake punt on 4th down at your own 29. The game plan where you had Josh Allen throw the ball 39 times and run it 12. The overall look of the team, and forget the drop passes for the wide receivers, and forget the fact that Stephon Diggs checking out in the game. The troops should have been fired up, ready, frothing at the mouth, and saying, we've been waiting for this moment for all our lives, but we've been waiting for this moment all of our playoff lives to get rid of the team that has been our thorn in our side, and we got them in our crib. And you screwed it up. So I don't lay it at the fault of the 53 that suited up. I don't even lay it at the fault of the special teams, offensive or defensive coordinators. No. Mr. Sean McDermott, come on down. You've earned this snowflake of the week because, pal, they were softer than you were. And you have been pretty soft. So you got off scot-free, and you found your scapegoat in my man Drew's favorite punching bag in Ken Dorsey. That was the guy. That was the guy who was like, oh, well, he'll take the brunt of this punishment. It was his fault, and we'll change offensive philosophy. And you went and you won 6 in a row, got in the playoffs, and you beat down an inferior Steelers team in the wild card round. This should have been your crowning achievement. Yes, even more so than the Super Bowl. This should have been your crowning achievement because this was the team that has gotten in your way. And yes, I know you lost last year to the Bengals. That was a minor hiccup because you were thinking about this team, because if you were to have won, you would have gone to Arrowhead you would have gone to a neutral site to play them in Atlanta, because the Chiefs have been in your head ever since 2020. And now you had an opportunity for the 3rd time to beat this team, the first time in your crib, and you took a ridiculously horrible it was a combination of your decision making, your morale boosting, and your lack of adjustments at halftime that has your team sitting in the playoffs and not advancing to Baltimore playing the Ravens. This was a team where, when motivated, you had all the momentum. You actually had talent that was probably on par with the team that you wanted to beat and the team that has been in your system for the last 4 years. And now you get to stay at home because this team got you out the playoffs yet again. And this team is in your cross so bad that they don't even have to be on the field with you, and they will get you to be put home. Because I could say, yeah, that 27-10 butt whooping you took at last year's divisional round, yeah, it had a lot to do with what the Bengals did because they gained 173 on the ground. But you were thinking about, we want the Chiefs. And even one of the Chiefs got you booted out in the playoffs. So which one is it? You get the Chiefs, period, you lose to them in Arrowhead. You won the Chiefs, and it was going to be at a neutral site. You didn't get a chance to play them, and you lose them the next year. And then when you get them in the crib, you get them in Baltimore, you get them in Buffalo, and you lose again. That's all you, Mr. McDermott. You got in the way, son. You ain't getting away here. You lost this team, and I think you've lost the locker room, and you need to gracefully bow out, because I think they're not going to go any further than they have under your leadership. Bye-bye, Sean. Oh, and by the way, don't you ever compare your team and how they need to be cohesive as a unit to a bunch of terrorists. Come on, man. Really?
Total Football Talk.
As long as it's one. That's great.
And now it is time for the post game. This is where we collect our final thoughts for the week that was. And for his thoughts on the divisional round of the NFL 2023 season, Drew, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, we had a lot to chop it up with in this episode. For the fourth time in 21 episodes, we have eclipsed 4 hours on this show. It's something that didn't feel like it's been 4 hours. It only feels like it's been maybe an hour. Like, time really does go by fast when you're having fun. So for those of you out there in the comments, whether it's been on YouTube, primarily YouTube, PSF, the other platforms that we're streaming live on, thank you all for the participation. And making things, it's already fun being with this guy every Tuesday. It's definitely like literally, for this reason alone, my favorite day of the week. With everything I got going on right now, personally, I really haven't had a chance to do anything else but this show for the past couple of weeks. It's going to remain like that for the next week or so, but then very soon, some of these shows that I have that you see the advertisements for will be ramping back up again. But within the last 12 to 18 months, I've hit some brick walls, and in order to prevent that from happening again, I've got some doctor's appointments that have been going on over the past week or so, and over the next couple of weeks that there's some things going on. I'm not going to say fully what's going on right now until I have a few more answers, but basically some precautionary things right now that taking some time to do the right thing. So for those of you that have been reaching out, there have been some emails to Shatoba Media email, some personal messages asking me why, is everything okay? Because you're used to seeing me on these platforms 3 to 5 times a week. That's the reason why. I want to be able to give everything I can to this project right here because I see this project and the work that I'm doing with Cole, along with the other projects that he has going on, making some pretty big steps this year. And with that being said, I'm giving everything I can to this one project and taking care of some other moves. So that way, when I do bring other things back, it doesn't affect this one project, which nothing since we started this, 21 weeks ago has affected it. And I'm just doing the best I can to keep it that way. So for those of you who are watching now or after it's live that have wondered this or have literally asked me this question, that is the answer why. Now back to football when it comes to this. Again, we covered a lot of great things in this episode with the divisional stuff, with the championship stuff, a lot of great content that we can definitely take from this, make some shorts and some small videos from, which another thing too, I started getting back into last week. So those of you who are watching, you'll have that to expect this week too, as some more short clips, some more video clips from all this on multiple platforms to where I can do what I can to help us out growing out here on these streams. So again, to the loyal supporters, Dante, Wazel Hefe, those of you who are friends outside of the stream, Sick Diggy, for those of you out there that were here watching before you jumped to Snowman's programming, thank you very much for watching and doing what you do each and every week to show us the support. We greatly appreciate it, and we'll do whatever we can for those of you out there who are doing the same thing. But when it comes to football, it's going to be an interesting weekend this upcoming weekend. We only got 3 games left in the NFL. I don't count the Pro Bowl because it's not a real game. But when it comes to this, we only got 3 true games left for the 2023 season. These 2 on Sunday, and then 2 weeks from then being the Super Bowl. Regardless of what happens in these 2 games on Sunday, I got a feeling we're going to have a pretty good Super Bowl this year, and that's all we can hope for. There's people that watch the game just for the halftime show. I watch the game for everything because I love the game of football. It's a good culmination of the storybook closing of the chapter for that season of the NFL. It also gets us pumped up and ready for the then UFL that starts up in March. We'll have some time to preview that. Also get ready for the CFL that starts not long after that, which with everything going on in the NFL and just starting this show up this past year, You didn't really get a chance to cover the CFL or any of the Grey Cup or anything from this past season. So at least for this season, once this one comes to a close, it gives Cole and I some time to work that out and figure out the game plan for that. But again, with this season coming close to a close, I have to take my hat off while I have the second to Cole, because if it wasn't for him, the actual foundation of this show wouldn't be here. We can come up here and talk all we want to and bring the fire to the topics. But if it wasn't for him, building the foundation of this show, setting the slate up each and every week, this show would not be what it is. And it's still not where we want it to be yet. There's a lot of hurdles that we want to jump through in 2024, but we can't do it without you and without the people that you bring to the show and to the platforms, and along with the people who will pick us up along the way. But thank you guys for picking us up in the times of need as we're starting this out, because without you, there is nothing here. So thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed this past weekend of football, this upcoming weekend of football, as we get ready to figure out who is really going to be playing in this year's Super Bowl. It's going to be fun, and I can't wait to see it.
And I can't either. Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you guys. Totally appreciate you all. And yeah, I definitely am looking forward to this week. And man, this was fun. This episode was fun for a lot of different reasons. Well, other than thank you guys for tuning in and watching. Yes, thank you to Sick and the Wise and to Dante. And man, the comments from Dante. Fire, guys. Fire. Thank you guys. Thank you, Mick, for your picks. And thank you to the PSF app. You all are awesome too. Josh. That was some great stuff about Jason Kelsey. We appreciate you guys. But I will talk about what my experience was this past weekend, which was my team coming into the divisional round and playing against the number 1 seed of the AFC and hanging on the 4 half and getting summarily bounced the next half. Of course, for those who probably lived under a rock, the team that I will always root for, unless something different changes, is the Houston Texans. And I have been a member of the of rooting for this team since 2002, and it's been a love affair ever since. I even attended the first ever game they played, 19-10 victory over the Cowboys, and I will always be a Texans fan. So anybody that comes at me and says, "Oh yeah, you just claiming that because they're doing good now, you jumping on the bandwagon," no, I'm driving the bandwagon. I have been driving it. I've been driving it. I've attended every meeting. I have taken down copious notes. I have shaken everybody's hand. I have cursed out every guy that didn't belong in the organization. I have patted on the back every guy that I thought was instrumental into it. So I have been a fan since 2002, and I have not swayed one single bit from it. So we get to this year, and I'm thinking, okay, the previous 2 seasons have been horrible. The season before that was bad, but I thought we were going to lick our wounds and change. But we had Mr. Deshaun Watson deciding that he wanted to have masseuses be voyeurs to his masturbation sessions. But because of that, I am thankful for that, because we have gotten draft picks from such escapades. And also, thank you, Cleveland Browns organization. You have given us possibly the Herschel Walker to the Vikings 2.0 scenario. And hopefully it does happen that way, because, well, the Cowboys, because of that 1988, 89 trade, I think it's 89. After that 1989 trade, they received 3 Super Bowl rings in 4 years. I would love to see that with the Texans because of Deshaun Watson and a greedy Haslam family. Thank you, Jimmy. We totally appreciate it. We appreciate that, and we appreciate the thumping that we gave your team about a few weeks ago when you came into Houston 45-14. I digress. The expectations were low for the Texans. We didn't think that we were going to see them be much of anything, but we did think we were going to see improvement. Because after all, they won 4 games in 2021, 3 games in 2022, and 4 games in 2020, 3 games in 2021, 3 games in 2022. So we thought, okay, well, 10 collective wins in the last 3 years. Maybe we can get 6 or 7. Because we're dealing with a rookie head coach at DeMeco Ryans and a rookie quarterback in CJ Stroud. Both have to learn how to do what they do, get their sea legs under them, and everything will be fine. Well, they hung and hung and hung with the rest of the AFC South. They punched above their weight class, even beat Jacksonville in Duval. They took it on the chin to them at home, but they at least split with the team that people thought, and so did I, would be the class of the AFC South. And they seem to be that way all the way into week 18 when they screwed the pooch in Nashville. And then we get to the game I didn't think we were going to see from the Texans, and that would be the week 18 matchup in Indianapolis. I did not think I was going to see that game for about another couple of years. I didn't think I was going to see them compete for a playoff spot, and they did, and they won 23-19. And that probably was the best coaching performance I think that DeMeco Ryans has put forth thus far, with a really good performance by CJ Stroud, topped by the one the following week at home against the Browns in a playoff game. I'm saying all of this as a fan of the Texans because I'm so proud of them. How proud am I of them? I don't think I've ever been proud of the Texans ever like this. And yes, it sucks that they went home to the tune of 34-10 to the Ravens, but they hung with that team for a half, and they were within 7 points going into the fourth quarter. So they were in enemy territory, and for 3 quarters, they actually had that game in doubt for the Ravens. For a team as inexperienced as the Texans, that is saying something. So now I'm going to the offseason with a big, bright, wide smile on my face because I believe that we have the makings of a Super Bowl contender. Do I think they could do it next year? Maybe. Do I think they could do it in the near future? Yes. The pieces are there, and all they had to do is build more pieces. So I'm wanting to actually have my partner and my brother feel that same energy for his Commanders as I do now for my Texans. But I can tell you I've been where my brother is now, because the 3 years prior to this one, I wanted to throw all sorts of darts in the direction of the Texans organization and NRG Stadium. So I know that pain, and it feels so good to be out of that pain now. Thank the Lord. 10 wins, AFC South Championship, a playoff victory at home in a blowout, and they hung with the Ravens on the road. A team that everybody said is going to be the Super Bowl possible favorite. And they hung with them. I can't be more proud of this team. Just like I'm proud of this project and proud of being affiliated with my brother, I can't be more proud of my Texans. Thank you for giving me a wonderful season, and thank you for giving me hope for a brighter future. Because, man, you're all going to show up and show out. I am H-Town down because of you guys. Thank you.
As long as it's one. Oh, it's great. I love it. I hope it actually is recording. Listening to it.
I gotta say,
mm-hmm.
I appreciate the sentiments for the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
However, I hope that you never feel the pain that I have felt since I was 5 years old the last time they won a Super Bowl. Okay, which means since I was barely out of crap in my pants, This team has been terrible for 32 years now. They've
Yeah.
made 6 playoff appearances in 32 years. Okay.
Mhm.
So, although I'm happy for you as you've turned your tale of woe around,
Mhm.
the pain has not been as severe as mine has been. Although you did have a pain that I have not had, where for a short time you didn't even have an NFL team to look forward to.
Exactly.
Because you had like what, a 6-year span from when they weren't the
Mhm.
Oilers in Houston to when you had the team moved to Houston being the
Mhm.
Texans, or the
Right.
team that was created there.
Right.
So,
Mhm.
however, I don't know if I would much rather go 5-6 years, a half a decade without having a team at all, or having a team that you watch during that time frame that absolutely sucks, Cole Johnson. Okay. And me, think about this. During that time that you didn't have a team, I was still going to elementary school and middle school
Mhm.
with the hoodie on, rocking the slur that you like to call them. I was wearing it to school and getting made fun of. Why? Because my team absolutely sucked. Okay. I would much rather go to school rocking Houston Oilers gear of a team that doesn't even exist anymore, like the Hartford Whalers. I had that jersey too, so I would rock the Hartford Whalers jersey. Oh, your team doesn't even exist anymore. I would love to hear that. And if I were to be a Houston Oilers fan like you and wear this jersey, your team doesn't exist anymore, rather than your team exists, it's a slur and it sucks. Okay. So the pain, definitely you can compare and contrast, but I would much rather endure your pain
Mhm.
for that short little gap. And then, of course, the building of the franchise, rather than just have a team that's ran by an absolute dumpster Pelican and DS. Not even going to say his name, is called DS. Not Nintendo DS, but just DS, because he absolutely puts the S in sucks. And you can take that slur and shove it up your rectum, their DS.
Oh gosh. Yes. Well, I'll follow your lead and not actually mention his name either. But yeah. Oh my gosh. Wise, thank you, brother. He says, yeah, this is one of my favorite shows to watch. He says, congrats to you both on having a great show. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. It rivals what we got with mentality, but I thank you, man. Yeah, I feel your pain. I do. And I can't say that my pain is equal to yours in that regard, because yeah, you're right. It's a compare and contrast. You had your slur / commanders for all the 32 years. And for 6, I did not have a team to root for. So yeah. 6 of those years I didn't have a team for root for. So yeah, I agree. And then yeah, when your team last won the Super Bowl, um one of the teams I was supposed to compete for was the Oilers, but they decided to screw the pooch in Denver on giving 4th and 10 opportunities to Elway and just handing them out one at a time on the last drive of that game. I digress yet again. But but yes, I do feel your pain. And yes, there's different pains that we have felt. I've dealt with some 4 and 13s and 4 and 12s. I just want your Commanders to be good, man, because when the Commanders are good, or when whatever Washington NFL franchise is good, the league is good. And I know that because I got a chance to witness a few more chips before the one you mentioned, and the league was really good when they were. And you would have been proud of those teams in the 80s that Joe Gibbs ran. You would have loved those two teams, as well as the 91 squad.
Well, I mean, I've watched enough highlights that yes, definitely can confirm that, I definitely have been infatuated with that. It's just something that besides that one team that I saw when I was 5, it was like a flash in the pan, because
Right.
literally that's around the time your first memories you're still remembering is around that time frame. So yeah, I remember bits and pieces from that game, but it's still a different life ago. So
Yeah.
it's still a long ways away. But we'll see. When it comes to that pain, I'm kind of numb to it. But there's one pain that's hard for me to deal with right now, and it's every single week, and that is when we are at the end of this show. because now I have to wait another 6 days, 19 hours, and 10 minutes before we can do it again. And yes, I even brought down the time. 6 days, 19 hours, and 10 minutes before we can do this again. Because, I mean, this is literally, honest, like I said at the beginning of the episode, I'll say it at the end, like my favorite day of the week, because we get to talk football, chop it up, and hang out here on the streams, and with some cool people that jump in the chat. And this number is growing. The averages are growing a little bit slowly but surely. But you guys being out here participating in this chat is like you're being a part of the show. So thank you to all of you who've been commenting. Thank you to all of you, especially who've been clicking that like button on both Comey Media and Sertoba Media's platforms for the streams, as well as clicking that share button for both of the platforms as well. We appreciate you and, you know, the love and stuff that you give to both of us. Especially Wazel Hefe, someone out there setting a great example for us, someone that we both want to get to that level. He's done some great things with his YouTube channel and stuff. I mean, I've jumped some hurdles in 2023, but there's certain things that he's doing that I hope to achieve in 2024 and beyond. Again, if you want somebody to talk to give you some great advice on how to do that, he is one of those. And look forward to exercising those things that he suggested last year to me in this year as we get started early on in January.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the greatest resources in the game and one of the greatest brothers to ever have. And I can definitely say that personally. And thank you, brother. Totally appreciate you. You know that, Wise. You know I love you, brother. And of course, I love my man Drew. Wonderful show. Wonderful partner to have this bounce off of. And it's great to actually talk about something that I'm passionate about, along with someone who's just as passionate about it as I am. Well, thank you for liking. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for commenting. And thank you for hitting that notification bell so you can catch all content that emanates from the powerful Sertoba Media YouTube channel or the ever-growing Comey Media YouTube channel. We appreciate you and we thank you. And thank you to the PSF app and the family there. You all have embraced us as if we're family, and we send the love right back to you. For Drew Willingham, I'm Cole Johnson, here to say in parting, as we always do, in life, just like a tackle, keep your head up. And always remember, you got to play until the whistle blows.
And to stay safe out here in these streets.
And these streams. See you next week.